Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's all right. And stream seems to be okay. And I should have apparently on live. Apparently. So hi, everybody. Welcome aboard this Shortwave radio show. And we're going to start this in a few seconds. Paul the cat just here in front of me in the chair. So this is kind of cool. And I might be interrupted during the stream as I'm waiting for groceries to be delivered. Apparently they're late. They're supposed to arrive earlier. So we'll see what happens with that. And here we go. Things are okay here. Yep. So, hey everybody, welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave live show. We are here every Saturday. We've got Paul the cat. That's kind of really cute here. Just gonna show you guys Paul the cat. There he goes, Paul the cat, saying hello to everybody. For the big kitty. So he's been sleeping in this chair for a while next to me. So he's been pretty cool. So yep. Look at that little cat. Yeah. Hey, Paul, everybody's watching you now. Yeah, you are. So, hey, let's start the show. Unless you want the show to be done by Paul the cat. It's just that he's not going to talk much. So, Paul says hello to everybody, of course. So, everybody come back here. And here we are. So welcome everyone. This is the Shortwave live show. We're here every Saturday at 20 hours UTC. And we are here to have fun and to just talk about radio. Have fun with radio. And, of course, it's always cool to be here every Saturday. My name is Gilles, and I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. We, of course, have been doing this for a long time. I think the first live show was, 2013? 2014? When I was in the kitchen. Some of you remember that. So we've been going on for quite a while with the live shows. This channel has been open since 2012, and we just surpassed 50,000 subscribers, which is good for a shortwave-related and radio-related YouTube channel. And, of course, for those that wonder, I am Amateur Radio, Victor Echo 2, Zulu, India, also. So this is now something that is kind of fun to do. So shortwave radio of every kind is welcome here. We just talk about radio and have fun. Hope that you will have fun with us. And if you're new to the stream, you know what? Check it out. And if you have questions, anything, it's pretty cool. We got a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. People that are here just to really enjoy and have one of the best times ever. You got questions, you're new, there aren't any stupid questions. So it's kind of nice to have everybody here and just enjoy the moment. We talked about it. It's a solitary hobby here, and that's the thing, is that the fact that it's solitary means that this show is cool for that. We gather together and feel like we're a bunch of radio geeks just enjoying the time. So hope that this is your place. Of course, there's a lot of quiet people. We know that not everybody's participating in the chat, and that's fine. That's already that's pretty cool. And so we have a Facebook group after that. If you want to join in, the Facebook group has 4,000 members, and where we exchange what we're listening to. A lot of people are enjoying that for sure. And now I've got also a Blue Sky account open. Official SWL channel Blue Sky account is now open. We've already, in a couple of days, just 3 days or 4 days, I'm already at about 130 followers, so it's pretty cool. So if you're on Blue Sky, want to join in, I post a lot of things that I listen to, and just share a lot of radio news there. Some interesting things we're going to talk a little bit about today that in the news. So lots of fun and lots of radio time and lots of cool moments here. So thanks for being here. This is the place to be if you're a radio geek. I mean, there's nowhere better than here. So welcome aboard to the live show, guys. Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from Northeast Illinois. Just joined Blue Sky, cool. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here. We have in Morgan City, Louisiana. We have MDK2, Matt, in Denver, Colorado. Welcome aboard, nice to have you here. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Dwayne, nice to have you on board. My friend, we have Bob's Old Records, nice to have you on board. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien, nice to have you on board too. We have EFOG3, nice to have you on board from upstate New York. RJD Dakota, nice to have you here. And of course, you've seen Paul the Cat. WF7IOM, Brewbird, nice to have you on board from Virginia. And Torben Arvidsson, nice to have you here from Norway. Nick Hansen, M7 NHR from the UK. We have Andrew Ross, nice to have you on board from Devon, England. David DXer, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Philip Jones, Happy New Year, nice to have you on board. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here. Bradley in North Illinois. Andrew Ross, nice to have you here. Says hello to Paul the Cat. Nick Anson bought an MLA30 today. Brilliant antenna. Cool. Art Dodd, nice to have you on board. K2ADC in New Jersey. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. N2COD, nice to have you on board. VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you here from Northern Vermont. AA1SU. And getting ready for a 160 meter contest. So, pretty cool. DX Swinger, nice to have you here from Southeast Pennsylvania. Different Gear TV, happy Saturday. Everybody commenting on Paul. Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you on board from Stockholm, Sweden. Nice to have you here. London 19657, nice to have you on board from Northeast Pennsylvania. We have, VT Radio says we have a new kitten here in the house, about 19 weeks old. Cool. Cats are great. Al Wilkinson, nice to have you on board, says, how old is Paul? So we're not really sure, because this cat was a lost cat that was found by my old next door neighbor. And what happened is that Paul the cat started coming here, and he was actually here more often than at my neighbor's place. So when she moved, she said, Paul seems to really love you. He's always at your place. He always wants to go out because he wants to see you. So she said, well, I'm moving. Do you want to have a cat? So she gave me Paul, which, of course, Paul was always here because, even ignored her most of the time. So that's where the age we don't really know. But I would estimate, and this is my estimation, that so he's gonna be. It's in June. It's gonna be 10 years since the first time Paul the cat came here. So you have 10 years, and I would put his age at that time, 10 years ago, at maybe about 2 years old. So I would guess somewhere around 12 years old. Could he be older? Absolutely. I don't know. But I think he's about 12 ish. And I don't think I'm not very far off with that age of 12 for Paul the Cat. Joel Baker, nice to have you here from Arizona. We have Arctic Circle, nice to have you on board from North Sweden. 66 degrees north. Cool, nice to have you here. Different Gear TV. Beware of EBL rechargeable batteries. I had one smoking out after putting it in my PL680. The plastic tore putting it in. Wow, okay. I'll have a little cheers here. So this is my Belgian white ale. That definitely looks like orange juice, but it's a beer. Cheers, everybody. Chuck Schreiber, good afternoon. Nice to have you on board. And 5KVO from South Texas. Mr. Stonegrove, it went very Sunday last week. I conked out around 0330 local. It was 01 UTC. Yeah. Well, we did have our record-breaking show, so I'm not sure we're going to have one today. But hey, who knows what happens with these shows? So you just go with the flow, as I say all the time. It's perfect, and have a lot of fun. But yeah, especially in Europe, you guys in Europe, the when the show goes late, it goes late for you guys. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. We have the Shortwave Archive. Nice to have you on board from Colorado. Baden's stowing off and on here. Here, it's been very cold last night. We had our first minus 20, actually. We had not hit minus 20 yet. They were predicting it last week. We didn't get it. But last night went to minus 20.2 degrees, according to the Weather Channel. And so we had our first minus 20 last night. It's warmed up. We're at minus 5 Celsius right now. So it's actually much better. I actually took a walk before I did this live to do a little exercise. And I can tell you that it was absolutely beautiful out there to do a walk. And so I took about 45-minute walk. As it goes with my plan on losing weight, which of course I'm continuing. Lost 3 more pounds this week, and we are continuing. I just really want to go down, lose at least 40 to 45 pounds. Would be very happy, and it's going quite well. I did have a couple of days with kind of a little hard time. My hard time is mostly in the evening. The problem is the evenings. Because the evenings, if if I took all the calories I can take in a day, that means in the evenings, nothing. It's like water, and that's pretty much it. And a couple of times, especially one on Wednesday evening, I was going for chores, and I passed in front of the pizza place not far from here, and I was like, oh God, I would love to have a pizza, but it was like, I can't. I saw one coming out of the oven, and I was like, oh, God, I would want that. But I couldn't. I couldn't even have a slice because I was already at the top of calories I can eat. So I was like, oh, God, move away, move away. So I've been holding on. And I'm probably of all the times that I've been on a diet, I think this is the most serious I've been. Kind of really not wanting to mess it up. Even the beer is calculated. The amount of beer I'm going to drink during the show is calculated to make sure that I don't go overboard today, because beer has a lot of calories. So, everything's taken into account. N2COD says, hit the thumbs up button. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. We have, let me just look at, here we go. WF7I Brew says, I connected to you on Blue Sky. At first it looks similar to Facebook, but I guess it really is more of a Twitter-esque platform. Yeah, it's more of a Twitter type thing than a Facebook thing. Tarek, nice to have you on board from Cairo, Egypt. 73, it's nice to have you here. Andy New, nice to have you on board. M7CON from Bristol, UK. And J Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego. Kevin, nice to have you here. Time flies. I remember when Mr. Paul was known as DX, just visiting occasionally as we saw fit. Yeah, he used to be, the first times he was an on and off cat. He would come and visit, come say hi. And since we didn't know his real name, we had called him the first time that he popped up. If some of you might remember, we were on a chat that was on, what was it, X chat or something like that. It was an, like, it kind of looked like, those old chats that we have from these old, what were they called? I'm trying to remember the name here. But anyways, we, the IRC chats. It was like the IRC chats. And I remember the first time Paul the Cat actually showed up. I was on the balcony in the backyard with my laptop, and I was working on stuff, and Paul shows up, and I'm like, hey, where are you coming from? And I'd not seen that cat before. And so he came up that night. He slept here. He actually slept on the chair in the living room as if he didn't have a place to go. And that's where I learned that the neighbor had gone on vacation. And that when she got on vacation, Paul the cat was outside because he's an outdoor cat. And back in the time, he would go out and sometimes be out 12 hours at a time. So when she couldn't find him when she left for a trip, she told a friend of hers that, to check out for Paul the cat every day. And I guess that's where he didn't have a place to go, so he came here. And I still remember I bought a litter box. I bought cat food. And I was like, okay, well, if you're going to be here, we're going to take care of you. And one of the things, actually, me and Paul the cat have an agreement. We have a contract. Because when it became official that Paul would be my cat, I was petting him, and I looked at him, and I said, there's a lot of people that, unfortunately, they, just bring their cats to a shelter or whatever because they just don't want the cat anymore and stuff like that, which I find horrible. So I looked at Paul, the cat, and I was petting him, and I said, I have accepted to take care of you. And I looked at him, and he was like all attentive, all this attention was on me, and he was looking at me in the eyes, and I said, if I'm taking you, it's for all the rest of your life. You will be with me until the end. I will never, never, never send you to a shelter, or never, never, will I not want to take care of you anymore. So this is the contract that me and Paul the cat have as an agreement. He's stuck with me forever, and I'm stuck with him forever. For the time of what life will be like. But time does fly, and man. So when he showed up, and I didn't know his name, somebody in the chat room suggested, oh, call him DX the cat, which was kind of cute, actually. DX the cat was like, well, yeah, a cat that comes from nowhere, from some distance. So DX the cat, if I would have another cat someday, I would be tempted to call him DX the cat. I would really be tempted to call him DX the cat. Okay. What else do we have? Dan V, nice to have you on board. CQ Field Day. You had a winter field day. Nice to have you on board from Ohio and 8WJZ. So thanks. Yeah, it's a winter field day. That's pretty cool. So this is nice. Let me just find where I was. Okay. London 19657. You can't have too many cats or radios. Blast Owl, nice to have you on board. Survived 2 days without electricity after Storm Eowyn in Ireland. Yeah, I was reading in, I think it was a local newspaper. They were mentioning that you guys were kind of hit like with 2 storms or something like that, back to back, which was crazy. My Texan PL 330 kept me company. Was getting over 70 stations using just the whip. Oh yeah, once the power goes out, man, the noise is gone. And when the noise gone, this is where you see that, yeah, there's still a lot on shortwave, much more than we think. The noise floor is what's keeping a lot of the signals washed out that we don't hear. Carrick Opson, nice to have you on board. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here. Carrick Opson, WRZW644. Michael, nice to have you on board. Brian Very, nice to have you on board from Thunder Bay. VE3ZYO. Pretty cool to have you here. And hope you have fun. London 19657 says, Paul's age sounds right looking at my cats. Yeah, I'd say about 12. I think I'm pretty sure I'm not very far off, honestly. Matt, MDK2 General Radio News for me. I happily discovered that the C-Crane CC radio shortwave that I thought had been zapped by static electricity is actually fine. There's just some looseness in the battery compartment. Oh, that's cool. That's good news. Radio's going to work. I need to take some of those radios out and for a spin again. There's quite a few of them here. I got the CC radio shortwave. That would be nice. I haven't taken out the CC radio with SSB also. The C-Crane. I need to take them out a little bit for a spin. They haven't been turned on in a little while. This is when you have a lot of radios, you know, turning them on. Today I was actually playing with this. Just put rechargeable batteries in it, and was playing with the if you guys have watched Stranger Things, this is one of the models of talkies that the kids have when they're talking to each other. So I've been having a lot of fun with that and checking out different things to listen to, and also transmitting, seeing how well they're transmitting. I need to find my frequency counter. I want to measure how off the frequency is when I transmit with them. They've probably moved a little away from the main frequency over the years. I mean, that one I've had that I've purchased actually. I got 2 of them that I've purchased as a pair on eBay for $25 plus the shipping. So when I saw the price, I thought, yeah, I want them. Reminds me of the ones I had when I was younger. But the original one that I have is it's 40 years old. About 40 years old at this time. And it still works. Still works. Just have to put batteries in. Pretty cool. And I've got 2 that are 40 channels. And I've got 3 like that have 3 channels. And they all have all the crystals, 3 channels. They have crystals for 3 channels. Which I also purchased on eBay. There was a guy selling a bunch of CB radio crystals. And I thought, well, okay, I'm going to purchase them. They weren't expensive. And I purchased them to, put extra channels in them. When I was young, actually, it was only channel 13 at the time. So it's kind of interesting to see that. So I will I will be disrupted a little bit in not too long, as my groceries are going to arrive today. So according to them, I'll be getting my groceries at around 4:38 p.m. So if I move out suddenly, well, I'll probably see the truck arrive. I'm just getting groceries. It's not radios, it's groceries. By the way, for you guys that wonder, I got an email from the county com. They have a fresh new batch of county com receivers if you want to get them now. So the are of course the equivalent of the Texan PL 368 with SSB. So if you guys want a receiver, the county comms are back in stock. Apparently he had a back order of about 500 that were actually paid for and ordered. So it's like, wow, they're selling quite a lot of those. So the GP7 SSB, something like that. So go and check it out. It's the equivalent of the Texan PL368, the long walkie-talkie, thin light radios. And the only difference about the ones sold by CountyCom is that they've changed the antenna for a sturdier antenna that is made of stainless steel. Okay. 2013 general use, nice to have you on board from Tennessee. Blogger Die, nice to have you on board from Central Virginia. Local lake is half frozen. Dave Vosh, nice to have you on board from Washington, Maryland. Fred Waterer, good afternoon, nice to have you here. Scrotus XL, nice to have you on board. No, it's not a Hogarden. It's what's the name? I forgot the name. Belgian Moon White Ale. So it kind of looks orangey, and the lighting is making it more orange than it is, and actually in reality. Blogger Die ordered a ZWS 2415 emergency weather radio. Now that weather emergency is order. So yeah, I think is the green one that you posted the picture of, right? I think that's the one. It was a green color. Dave Osh, any thoughts about the GA800 antenna? Well, I know some people have one, seem to like it, but I've never tried one, so I can't really say anything about it. Matt in Denver says earlier this week, Monday night, I think we got into minus 22 in Denver. Bob's Old Records, so St. Marie must be a nightmare right now. MDK2, congrats on the weight loss. It will require a lifestyle change to maintain, so keep that in mind. Speaking from experience. Yeah, I know. It's going to be less of a problem to maintain because I'll be able to go back into more calories, but I know that, it's crazy. It's when you start going into a diet that you realize that there's so much calories in everything, and especially anything that is commercially made is crazy high in calories. And it's like, wow, you look at a pizza and it's like, whoa, I can't have more than, a slice or two because it's just so high calorie intake. So you calculate and you're like, wow, the calories are really getting high fast. So yeah, definitely, because after that you want to maintain the weight. Same thing. You got to be careful what you do, and that is, it's trying to mind yourself into keeping that, and because I don't want, if I went through the trouble of losing 45, 50 pounds, I don't want to deal with the fact that I'm gonna actually get it back. I don't want it back. So I'll definitely be more careful with what I eat. I'll have a day from time to time where I'm just gonna eat whatever I want, but then I'm gonna go back to being careful. Don Royal, WA7330 SWL, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. Planet 003, very warm January in Northern Europe, +3. So what do we have here? We have Hello Tom KA2KGP. London 19657, place the cabbage, help me, fills you up. D. Scott and Nathan, nice to have you on board. KC2CAD. Q2H is North Boston, New York. Carrick Opson, oh yeah, it's hard to put the fork down. Definitely. Joel Baker, congrats on the weight loss. I lost 50 pounds over the last year from cutting out sugar, which is harder said than done. Definitely. Fred Water, I've been craving a pizza, but every time I think about the cost, I lose interest. Yeah, well, all restaurants, everything at the restaurants today is costing a lot of money. It's crazy. Jeffrey Kropp, nice to have you on board from New Hampshire. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from central Pennsylvania. So yeah, we need diet pizza. Yeah. On Blue Sky, I'm official SWL channel. I'll post a link for those that are on and want to join Blue Sky. This is my Blue Sky account. So this is where it is, Blue Sky, right here. So if you guys want to join in, I'm there. IRC, yeah, IRC, Logger Die. Arctic Circle, coldest we've had is -39. That's cold. That is cold. Definitely. London 19657. Paul knows a good thing when he sees it. Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing MDK2 for my Blue Sky account. Paul's a good judge of people. Sunreal Life. Nice to have you here from Indiana. Love your stuff. May I ask why you put a handle up for Blue Sky? Because I wanted to go there and simply have an account there. And I find that X has kind of lost its nice ways that it had at the beginning. So I'm kind of tired of all this stuff I see on X that are unrelated anyways to anything I'm interested in. So it's quieter on Blue Sky, and that's why I like it. Yeah, cats often pick their people, absolutely. And it's obvious that Paul the cat was very, it's like he fell in love with me like the first day. And I remember she was telling me, she says, he's meowing to go for the door. He's meowing for the door all the time. And she would tell me, she said, I always think that he just wants to go out. And he doesn't. What he does is he actually goes upstairs because he wants to go to your place. So she was amazed. She was like, I don't know what you're doing to my cat, but he's always meowing to go back up to your place. all the time. Uh, So, Efog, Polly picked you. Is he now an indoor cat? He still goes outside, but because of he's bigger, and of course he's getting older, he does go outside when it's, when there's no snow, but he's going to spend maybe an hour or two and come back. And usually he doesn't go very far. He goes in the neighbor's yard. What attracts him a lot is when he sees another cat. He wants to go and say hi. He's the kind of cat that likes to go and say hi to another cat. So there's one of the neighbor's cat, which is called Marcus. And when he sees Marcus, well, he just goes out and they kind of, chill together in the neighbor's yard for a couple of hours, and then he comes back home. So he doesn't go out, like 10, 12, 14 hours at a time like when he was younger. But he goes out. But I'd say that, he's much more indoor now than he ever was. And now with the snow and the cold, he just looks outside and he's like, nope, I'm not going there. So, do you have any poly cards left? I do have some QSL cards with Polycat. I need to, I think, print a few more because I got a few cards this week, including one with a. So the guy gave me a couple of U.S. dollars. I don't see them here. I think I need to print new ones, and of course with Paul the Cat on it to send out. Bob's Old Records. Peaches, my cat is parked in front of my MLA 30. If she chews it, somebody's going to have a new cat. John Beckham, nice to have you here from where we had snow near Northeast Florida. Yeah, I saw the snow in Florida and all across the Gulf Coast. It's crazy. Actually, WRMI last night lost power at around 03:20 UTC. What happened is that they actually were because of the cold, they had a power outage. The power company had a big outage in the region where Florida is, where Okeechobee is, and so I will. Sorry, I just got distracted by my the email to say that my delivery is a little late. So for my groceries. So anyways, so they lost power for a few hours. They seem to be back today. As I'm tuning around, I was tuning 93, 95. I was hearing them there. Ricardo, nice to have you on board from Portugal. Greetings. Different gear. The new Sanjian radio would be good to take while walking. Yeah, definitely. You know what? I totally forgot, because definitely I should be taking and kind of tuning around a little bit on the with the Sanjian. But even with the like the XH data 221, that's also something that I should be looking at. Fred Waterer, Paul, the real star of the channel. Yes, I know. Paul is the real star. I should be going now. Paul is going to take care of the rest. 45 units says that they sat us in a chair at the cat shelter and let them check us out. We adopted the one that stayed by us the longest. Actually, in the background, you're hearing CHU. You might be hearing WWV, because I've got WWV here, and you might be hearing the beeps of CHU, which is on the icon here. So I'm on 7850 kilohertz with CHU here, which is coming in well, and that's with the MLA 30 loop in the front. And here I've got the end fed on my Yaesu that has WWV on 25 megahertz coming in. So, but you know, it's important to choose your cat well, because not all cats are nice. You know, I remember a friend of mine that had a cat. I mean, that cat, you couldn't touch it. You couldn't, even just looking at it, you wanted to just jump over you. And I remember it. I told him, I said, "Why are you keeping this cat? He's just a, you know, dumb, angry cat. There's nothing cool about it." It's like, you know, it's not like Paul. Paul is like the coolest cat. Anybody that came here that saw Paul the cat for the first time were like, "Your cat is so relaxed and cool." I said, "I know. He just likes everyone." It's, you know, crazy. 45 unit cats are great. They won't slobber all over you and your radios. Yeah, cats rule. Yeah, you know, I like dogs. There are some really cool and beautiful dogs that are really nice, but I can't have a dog here, so at least cats are okay. Dave Devosh says, "My contract with my cat Cleo. She takes care of cat, and I handle everything else." Mr. Strongrove zapped the PL 680 several times via the antenna. It kind of semi-resets, but you just set the frequency again, and it doesn't seem any worse or for wear than before. Sometimes what happens, you have to remove the batteries for like a few hours. Sometimes you have to do that, but for the most part, you know, but you got to be careful, especially in the winter time. Zapping the radios with, you know, touching the telescopic antenna with your hands is something that's easy to do. So you got to be very careful about that, because you never know. You could zap a radio into it doesn't work anymore. Jasmine, nice to have you from on board from Seattle. Skipwave DX, nice to have you on board. Rich from Catskills Mountain in New York, pretty cool. Kamikaze grocery delivery is an awesome thing. Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I'm not. I kind of hate going to the grocery store when there's a lot of people. When the grocery store is empty, you know, there's not a lot of people. I'm fine. You know, going through the aisles and everything. But here at the grocery stores, most of the time when I have time to go, they're like full of people, and that drives me freaking nuts. Especially, you know, when you're going with your cart, and it's like you got to stop everywhere because there's people in the way, and they don't realize or they just don't care. And I'm like, yeah, I just want to, you know, I just want to run my cart into you. So it's like it's something that kind of annoys me. So it's like, you know what, going online, choosing what I want, and then having it delivered, it's like the coolest thing. I kind of like it. So, you know. RJ Dakota, I've learned how not to zap my radios. I have a procedure for handling my radios in the wintertime. My PL330 is especially susceptible to static electricity. Yeah, it happens a lot on portables. John Beckham, when I was in junior high school, I had a Lafayette Dynacom 5-watt CB walkie-talkie, and you could transmit and receive up to 10 to 20 miles easily. Those are pretty good. I mean, the ones, those ones from Realistic were the best. They were, when there was no skip, because that's the biggest problem. Back in the day, there was so much skip sometimes that you couldn't talk very far because there was just too much skip from the U.S., you know, that was strong enough to interfere. But when it's quiet, man, these are surprising in the distance you will make. I gotta say. LLB Books, adore my GP7 SSB. It's my first shortwave receiver, and I'm so happy to have it. It's a great radio. That radio is it's kind of a PL330 in a different form factor, basically. It's really nice, and they're sending me another one, which means I'm gonna have 4 of them actually here. So, but I use them a lot. When I go take a walk and I want to have a shortwave portable, It's almost my reaction, if I want a portable, a shortwave portable with me, is almost to pick up the Countycom GP7 SSB. Because the form factor is what makes it kind of more interesting to use and to bring along, and it's just easy to put any in your pocket, in your coat pocket or something. So this is definitely something that I want to check out. So you guys, I'm just looking to make sure that everything's all right with my delivery. But yeah, it's really cool for that. It's a great little portable. It's sensitive. The ETM scan is great. It's sometimes I'm go crazy. I have two Countycom, and I have one. There's the Texan PL368. Sometimes I put all three of them one next to each other and just scan with the ETM scan and check the results of all three of them, or tune the same signal on all three of them. Skylar Phoenix, nice to have you on board from Colorado. Blogger Die, oh, it's not the green radio. That green one was no good. So what, you returned it, or did you keep it or return it? Jasmine, I can't eat running a slice or two of pizza. You know what? I used to eat a full small pizza alone. And now I noticed that when I eat two slices, I'm kind of full. I don't feel like eating more. So as we get older, it's kind of different. And I remember I still remember when my father would buy 12 donuts at Dunkin' Donuts when I was like 15. And he liked the ones with the cream inside, the white cream. And I would eat 3 or 4 of them in a row at 15 years old. I'd eat 3 or 4 of them. And today, if I eat one, I don't even feel like eating another one. So, I think getting older, that's what it is. Getting older is like, nah, you're not gonna eat like when you're 15, I mean, when I was 15, I'm 5'9". When I was 15, I weighed 135. I was very skinny, and that's cool. I mean, I have a video. I need to do a screenshot. I found the VHS cassette of a play that I had done with some of my schoolmates in French class. And I mean, I see my 15-year-old self on that, and I'm like, God, I was that thin. I need to take a screenshot and post it on. This is my 15-year-old self on the Facebook group or something. Man. What else do we have? What else do we have? Joe Baker watches Blogger Die's videos. And and his blog, also his written blog, is really good. And I say it all the time. Blogger Die and me we kind of complete each other when we talk about, say, the same radio, because he will look at a radio in certain ways that I don't. Like, the way that it's designed, the ergonomy, how easy it is to use, or, where I will be more in the technical, well, this is how it performs compared to others. And so it's like, you read both. You look at my review and then you look at his, and it gives you kind of a complete picture. Thorman Iverson, I have the problem I can eat a large pizza myself and still be hungry after that. Yeah. Skipwave DX, I go low carbs Monday and Friday. On weekends I have some carbs. Yeah. That's probably what I will be doing once I kind of am on a steady diet. When I'm done losing weight, is probably cheat on the weekends, but be very careful on the weekdays. I think that's gonna be nice. GSXer13, nice to have you on board, Bill from Central Ohio. Jasmine, welcome to the sky. Now we have Skywaves. Yeah, that would have been a nice name, Skywave. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. WF Semi Homebrew says, I keep things like pickles, cucumbers, carrots, apples on hand for the evenings when craving hits. Minimal calories and gives you something to munch on. Yeah, no, the evenings are the worst. During the day, I'm not much of a problem. Honestly, during the day, for the most part, yeah, even if I'm hungry. I don't know why being hungry at 2 in the afternoon is less of a problem than being hungry at 9 p.m. It's as if at 2, at the afternoon, I'm busy doing stuff. So even if I would be hungry, because I'm busy, it's just okay. I'm busy doing stuff. My mind gets off it. But at 9 p.m., it's like suddenly I'm not busy, and I just go like, oh God, I want to eat something. So 25 megahertz WWV still coming in. Darren Iverson, can you post pictures and links? Yes, you can. You post videos. I post all sorts of things. Absolutely. You can post pictures and videos. Absolutely. It's like Jasmine says. It's Twitter. It's like Twitter was when it started. Brad Shaver, Quebec, Canada, delivery pizza to North Illinois. Shortwave Archive. I went to a local restaurant yesterday and they have a menu from the 90s on display. The meal I got was $3 in the 90s. Today it's $13. Yep. Dan Robinson, nice to have you on board. Hope you are well. Yeah, maybe. All the electronics, Jasmine. So GSXer 13 Bill is working on his dinner and drinking some bourbon. Cool. LVR Steelworks, I need to get back on a weight loss myself. I've yo-yoed in weight my whole life. From being nearly 400 pounds to being quite fit around 200. I'm back to being pretty fat again. Yeah, it's easier to do that. It's like, you want to enjoy life. You eat and you just get fat. And, let's be fair. Everything that is shown on TV. I remember one day watching something on TV and realizing the amount of food ads there were. From products that were sold at the groceries to restaurant chains. And I was like, how can you not be fat when half or more of the ads are for food on TV? One Yankee says, nice to have you here. It's easier to gain weight than it is to lose it. And it's even easier to gain weight when you already gained weight in the past and lost it, because your body's now ready for it. It knows. That's why I always tell everybody that's kind of skinny. There's a friend of mine. He's skinny, and when he looks at me, he's like, I wish I was like you. And I'm like, no, don't wish that. Don't be like me. You're okay. I know that maybe you don't like yourself skinny. You can gain a little weight, but I said don't gain weight like me because it's a nightmare Joe Baker, are there any books on radio or shortwave radio history that you recommend for radio history part of things? Not really, honestly. I don't know. There's not a lot of books anymore about radio itself. So there's well, I think the best place is to just search the web for all the different websites that have that talk about radio. I know some people don't like to read stuff on the screens, and I get it. There's something I found, and let me just check it out. Sheldon sent me this website. Actually, this link, which is, and I didn't know about this. And let me just check it out here for a second. It's not this. Okay, what was it? There's a magazine called Listening. It's called Start. So here it says Start 2025 with the January edition of Listening to the Magazine. And it's a PDF. And here is the PDF. I don't want to sign into anything. And I'm just trying to get, nope, I don't want that. I'm trying to get the download of this. Here, down here, okay. I'm going to download. So this is January 2025, and here we go. I'm going to open it. And I didn't know about this magazine. Listening to the Radio magazine. And it's kind of a very interesting magazine. The content, unofficial radio, Greek radio, Radio Free Asia celebrates the year of the snake with a special QSL card, active AM radio stations in Papayan, Coca, and Palmyra Valley. So there's all sorts of things in here, including schedules for different stations and so on. And it's kind of an interesting magazine. It's well done too. So I didn't know about this. So Listening to the Radio magazine. And this is the January 2025 edition. I don't know if it's a paid magazine or if it's free. So it was sent to us by a friend of ours in Colombia. So I don't know. I just didn't know about this magazine. There's Spectrum Monitor for those that aren't aware. If you missed the Monitoring Times magazine, I will share the link. How about Spectrum Monitor magazine? I'm going to share you the link with you guys. For those that didn't know, it's electronic publication only. Our friend Fred Waterer in the chat room has is editor of one of the columns, which is about programming. It's a pretty good magazine. Actually, I should be. I haven't subscribed for this year. I should be subscribing. I really need to subscribe to the Spectrum Monitor. I'll do it. I like to read it. It has the feel of the Monitoring Times of the day. Great magazine to be. Also, if you guys want to join a club, but it's not just a club. It has a magazine, so you can be a member of our club. It has a monthly publication called The Messenger. This is also something pretty cool to be in. We have a monthly Zoom meeting, so go check the website. Here is so there's a January edition of the CIDX. So I must have it here somewhere. Not finding it right now. I should have usually the CIDX. So anyways, here's a December one. So, but I do have the January one too. So this is what the Messenger looks like. It's a great little publication that you have, but you're a member of a club at the same time. So it's really cool. You have this amazing fella that is doing a live show that is doing the utility column, which is me. So here, World of Utilities is my column. So anyways, lots of info, lots of stuff in here. $10 a year, $25 for 3 years. Like I said, you're part of a club at the same time, and you also have a Zoom meeting we have every month that you can join in and say hi to all of us. So there's a lot of stuff if you want to be out there and have some publications, some things to look at. Lots of little things here. And don't forget, if you want to go through tons, there are so many magazines and things in here that you will be dead before you can go through them. There's a website called World Radio History that has gazillion magazines of radio and electronics of all kind, free. And I mean, those are great. I have a blast watching. So first of all, you have the monitoring times, they're all there. Popular Communications, Popular Electronics, 73 Amateur Radio, and so on. They're all there. But at the same time, you can go back in time, and there's so many magazines from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s that are just so amazing to look at and see what it was like back in the day. Go and check that out too. It's an amazing place. And this is this is a great place to be, to have all sorts of all in PDF. So if you have a tablet, it's great, or just see the magazines on your computer. What else do we have? Bob's old record, WRMI was booming last night. Shortwave archive, wow, power outage not too long after I finished listening to Wavescan show on WRMI last night. Yeah, it came at 3:15, 03:20, something like that. So, Jeffrey Kropp, thank you so much for the tip. And of course, Paul is going to get some nice treats. Thanks again. By the way, if you like what I do, you like the fact that I'm here every Saturday, the videos I do, the reviews of all the radios that I have online, and just have plain fun, how about a little tip? Helps me out. Through the super chat here, you can click the dollar bill, give me a little something. And you can actually do, tonight it's a Asian soup. It's a Asian soup fund. So because it has less calories. So if you don't want me to die of starvation, which I am because I'm on a diet, but if you want to help me with the Asian soup fund through the PayPal outlet, you can send a little something. And any amount helps. Don't worry about the amount. Doesn't matter. But you can send me a little something. So I'll be actually buying one of those little Asian soups from a little place here that's just like 2 corner streets from here. And they are really good and kind of very, good, healthy food with low calories. So this is this is very helpful, and thank you so much. I will not die of starvation thanks to you guys. So what else do we have? Jasmine, also you might want to consider selling your art on a place like Etsy and Artsy. Craig Martinetti, okay. Skylar Phoenix, I noticed the handheld ham radios, TD radio, TD H3 don't even touch the typical shortwave frequencies I listen to on my Texan 990, 330. Why is that? Yeah, there's a lot of radios that they just don't, put any frequencies other than, I'm just going to look at what the TDH3 looks like here. TD radio, TDH3. Yeah, these are often just VHF, UHF, all of those, like the Baofangs. For the most part, I think it has to do with, there's cost, of course. The wider the frequency range, the more it costs. But to go into the lower frequencies, there's, it could be, one of the things that could be is the amount of noise these radios create internally. Maybe that they don't want to put shortwave because we wouldn't be able to receive that much. Because often these radios, if they are noisy, it's less of a problem in the VHF, UHF range. It could be simply that, they don't have designed the circuits to, it's like scanner radios. There's, very expensive wideband receivers have, go down to the long wave. But like my ICOM ICR30 I got here and ICR20. But a lot of them that are lower priced, no, they stick with VHF, UHF only. It's a choice. It probably has partly to do also with the price. They would have to increase the price and sell less in return, things like that. Joel Baker, I wish I received XEP PM out of Mexico City better. They play great music, but I just can't get it very clear here in Arizona. Yeah, it doesn't that station from Mexico City is a hard one for most of us. Here in Montreal, it's a rough one to get on 6185. I actually get HCJB Quito, Ecuador 6050 better. KW1161 from nice to have you here from slightly warmer and cloudy Tucson, Arizona. Michael Solak, you have the PayPal. If you have a PayPal account, just send it to the email that I posted for PayPal. If you do a donation through here, just click the dollar bill at the bottom of the chat and I guess follow the instructions on how it works. John, Tampa, Florida. Nice to have you here. Craig Martinetti, I sent you money by postal mail a while back. Please let me know when you get it. Thanks. Sent you all my contact info. Okay, I'll let you know. If you send it by postal mail, just a warning, because of the strike we had here in Canada, I'm still getting letters from November that are post-dated November. Just to give you an idea of how far they are back in the postal mail. So, but I'll let you know when I get it. Richard Millican, nice to have you on board from Northwells, UK. What else do we have? WSR Bruce says, Jill, we're the same here. We shop or dine out at times with minimal people. Richard Millican says 11 meters at Strong, Canada, received propagation into the UK. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. 11 meters has been very, very good. 10 meters has been very good, too. We tried once again this week with our friend Moderator DXer out in the UK to make a contact. I did see him once, and he saw me, but we still couldn't make a contact. So we're gonna try it again on Tuesday morning at 14:30 UTC. By the way, there was news here in the local newspaper that so Radio Shack here in Canada changed to something called the Source by Circuit City, which eventually became just the Source, and now they were converting them to Best Buy Express. So all the Radio Shacks that still are up, the old Radio Shacks that had their spot, I have one here about half an hour from here, walking distance, is now Best Buy Express, and apparently now it's complete. All of them are Best Buy Express, which are crappy, stores, because there's no more electronic stuff, no more. It's you go there to buy a TV, a computer, or a phone. There's nothing left, for the Radio Shack era. And I was, there are things that give you kind of a touching moment when you realize and think about it. I went to the local shopping mall that, unfortunately, because of stupid decisions by governments and some of the agencies, they because they're expanding the metro, the subway, they wanted to so my Groceries is supposed to be here in 27 minutes according to, so when I go out, I'll be out for about 5 minutes for the groceries that are actually arriving. 27 minutes apparently. So the mall is, was supposed to be destroyed for a new metro subway station. Then they realized that, we don't have to destroy the mall. The mall can stay. But the problem is, the stores almost all had shut down because they knew that they had to move. So, the mall isn't what the mall was like before. It's crappy. And half of the stores are like things you don't want to go and buy, whatever. So, but there was still the Source, which was the old Radio Shack, in the same spot where I purchased my realistic DX100, the first shortwave radio I've ever had, where I purchased electronic kits, the surprise boxes, so many walkie-talkies and radios over the years, and electronic gadgets of all kind. And I went to the mall about 3 weeks, a month ago, to realize that they shut down the store. The Source is not there anymore. So it hit me because that was the Radio Shack, and it had been at that spot since I was small, since I was a little boy. And I went there so many times, and I bought so many things, and I drooled over so many things, and annoyed the guy to get the catalog every year. It kind of made I kind of had a little emotional moment where it's like, this spot was where you had amazing moments when you were young, when you were a teenager, when you were an adult. It was your store. You'd go to the mall to go to Radio Shack. And for a certain amount of time, the Source was kind of hybrid, so it still wasn't too bad. And it made me realize that part of this mall It's now only a memory. You've got a memory of it in your head of when you went there and you bought stuff and you bought your scanner radios, but it doesn't exist anymore physically. It's now an empty spot. And it felt weird. It's as if it was just telling me, well, you know, that's it. You now have moved on to, you know, a part of your life where this doesn't exist anymore. This is the past. It doesn't exist anymore. So, you know. What else do we have? KW161 just ordered new Connicom GP7 with USB-C charging 2 days ago. Yep, that's what's the change. USB-C charging now on the new ones. So, yeah, that's what I'll do. Point the camera to Paul the Cat. That'll be the best. What else do we do going down? Okay, that's I'm here. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland. I've survived Storm Eowyn, which caused quite a lot of damage in the UK. So I certainly rattled my little home. Well, hope everything is going better. KW61, welcome to the world of middle age. Blogger Die, oh, that's a good one. Donating the radio to Goodwill, yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel like that too. You know, a lot of people just want to, you know, they just return the radios and get their money back. But yeah, I'm a little bit like that. When I buy something, if it's crappy, it's, you know, I kind of put it as it's entirely my fault. It's crappy, and I tell the world that it's crappy. You know. Do it. Let's see Young Jill. Oh God, yeah. I got a few of them. I got one in a restaurant when I was going through my my guitar lessons when I was about 18-ish. Oh man. Blogger Die was so skinny my high school nickname was 40 pounds. Bob's Old Records. I can't eat more than 2 slices at 60 pounds. And now I'm maybe 2 pounds on my own. Jim Gordon decided to check out my radio collection. The first one was the St. Gian 909. It is still a great radio. It just needs an external aerial on shortwave. Unfortunately, the print on the buttons are fading. Yeah. Esteban, nice to have you on board from Gran Canaria. Not so cold as in Montreal. E8DLJ, nice to have you here. Yeah, I'm sure. Must be much warmer there. Can tell you that. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Michael, I would have done the same when I was young. Brian Weidenheimer, nice to have you on board. Just set up my first mesh static node. Not much into tech, so I'm hoping it's going to be a fun learning experience. Cool. 57, Steve DX1, nice to have you here. Pretty cool. And what else do we have? Jim Gordon says UK government yesterday sent out an emergency storm warning text and alarm signal and spoken warning. You could not miss the alarm signal. Skipwave DX getting WWV on 14,995. Well, you should be getting them on 15,000, not 14,995. Blogger Die, WWV 25, mostly inaudible here in Virginia, PL998 telescopic. Bird WF7I homebrew. I work professionally in a lab that studies metabolism, kind of a mix between nutrition and electronics, and adaptive thermogenesis, the phenomenon where the body reduces calorie needs with fat loss. Yeah, that's the hardest thing, because your your body gets into this, energy economy mode, where even though you're in your diet, the weight loss is slower because your body becomes more efficient. It's just like, okay, this is kind of harder. So I know that's happening because I didn't notice that the weight loss, and now I'm in almost a month into it, the weight loss is slowing down, even though I have the same, diet, and I'm careful. It's crazy. Skyler Phoenix, my wife says she's going to be right there with you on the weight loss program. She cheers Little No strong. Yeah, I remember you telling me that she was a Little No also. Yeah. Yeah, let's all do it together. Let's do it together. If you are trying to lose weight, let's do it together. I think, I almost wanted to create a new YouTube channel from scratch and say, this is the weight loss channel. Let's together lose weight and join me in this channel, and we're going to lose weight. There would be, of course, some not as beautiful videos sometimes, because you would have seen me shirt off with my belly, but to show that, is it slowly, going away? Is it helping? And I would kind of give tips of what I do and things that I do and how I do my diet. And I think it would have been a nice exchange place. All through December, it was like, yeah, you should create one. I'm sure a lot of people would join that channel, and every day I would have some content of, okay, here I am. Here's the if a day I cheat, I would not be proud of it, but I would make a video saying, okay, well, I'm not proud of myself. I did cheat today, which didn't really happen much except once during the last month, and it didn't have much of an effect, which is nice. But I think that would have been maybe an interesting channel that some people would have wanted to. There's nothing like trying to, like, how many of us want to lose weight? A lot of people want to lose weight because they're overweight and they don't like what they see in the mirror. And doing it together, it's still hard. But for some reason, doing it with a lot of people kind of helps the mind. You're not alone. And if you have a hard time one evening, it's like, I have a hard time. I'm not the only one. A lot of them probably do have a hard time also. Keep at it, Try to be positive on it. But I almost created a YouTube channel just for that. It's not too late. I can still create one. I still have, at least 35 pounds to go, but, a little more. I want to go below 200, so I got like 39 pounds to go. So, it's not too late. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you on board. We have, yes, Fred Roder, absolutely. Some fantastic columnists, absolutely. Yeah, there are some limitations. I do have the BBC app here on my phone in Canada. I don't know if in the US, but I do have a BBC app here on my phone here in Canada. If I look at it, it's red. So here we go. So I've got BBC News World Service on my phone. And I have access to all the content. From here, I actually use it when I go to, I take a walk or things like that, or commute for some reason. I often will listen to it. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Fred Waters says CIDX is worth joining. Yes, I do think it is worth joining. I mean, it's inexpensive, and the columns are great, and there's a lot of info in it, and you're part of a club, and the Zoom meeting and all is cool too if you want to join. Jasmine, most of my utility loggings I post on the utility forum HF Underground. I only post when I pick up something strange or interesting. Richard Wagner says 1 hour in. Already an hour and 25 minutes. Time just flies. It's crazy, eh? Shortwave Sarge, nice to have you here. Mr. Stonegrove, you can listen to the BBC on the web as well. I would at least assume it works in the US as well. Just search BBC Sounds. John, Tampa, Florida, thank you so much for the donation. Matt, MDK2, making French onion soup myself, baking bread too. Got the old Chromebook in the kitchen with me. Oh God, please don't tell me about, French onion soup and baking bread. That's deadly for a diet. It's just so freaking good. Richard Wagner, got my XH Data D221 today. Hope you like it. Jasmine, can you scan USB voice channels like for utilities on those general coverage receivers you mentioned? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Recivu, nice to have you on board. Hello. Where are you located? LVR Steelworks really misses the print magazines. Yeah, a lot of people miss that too. But they were getting so expensive here. The last few monitoring times are like almost $10, $12 in Canada. They were like really expensive. So yeah, I'm not gonna forget to put the camera on Paul the Cat when the delivery arrives. It's almost here. Where is it? I can actually see it even on the map. So where did I let me check it out here. So it's showing me on the map, but I don't remember which. Oh, here it is. 11 minutes. 11 minutes ETA for my delivery. So apparently the guy's name is Tuetti. I don't know from what national that is, but Tuetti. What else do we have? Oh, you mailed it to the CIDX address. Well, I have to talk to Sheldon about that. But it might not have arrived yet, for sure, because I think Sheldon is what gets the CIDX mail. So he's the one that's going to tell me about it. Radio for Peace International. Hello there, my friend. How are you? Hope you are well. Bienvenue de la France. J'espère que vous allez bien. Mad Reader DXer, good afternoon. Nice to have you on board. Tosin Love, Joel, you should review one of those little SI 4732. Yeah, I want to get one. I was looking at it this week. I'm going to try to get one to talk about. They're not very expensive. 57 Steve DX1, WWV 25,000 rattling the windows in Georgia. Pitif Barrett, nice to have you on board. Love your Saturday live stream. Just watching here with a few beers. Nice to have you here, Pete, from the UK. Take care. What else do we have? Skylar Phoenix starring Shirtless Joe or Big Fat Belly Joe. That would be a more proper name. Oh, man. KW61, I can see your new channel now. Starve, Exercise, Starve. That would be it. That's a good name. Starve, Exercise, Starve. RJ Dakota, nice to have you. Nice to have you here. Here in Wentzville, 20 works, but 25 is not 25. Okay. RJ Dakota has got the BBC through the app. RJ Dakota, Radio Guardian is great for a lot of the shortwave services that still do offer it. Radio Romania International is there too. Yep. Different Gear TV says if you fancy pizza, you could always make pizza baguette, maybe slightly less on the calories. Yeah. Yeah. Different Gear TV, make sure you try tinned sardines too. Great food and good for the heart. WF7I Homebrew, feel free to email me if you want to chat more about diet and nutrition. No problem. No problem. Yeah, I'm going to be in the weight loss channel. Welcome to the weight loss channel, listening to the bands, losing weight. And that's a great slogan. Listening to the band, losing weight. And then, you do a sensational video. Oh, I lost 40 pounds listening to Radio Romania International. Actually, I would be more like how I lost 60 pounds listening to Brothers Stare 24 hours on Shortwave. That would be easier. Or maybe I'd gain 100 pounds. Jose G, nice to have you here from Chicago. Just got a St. Gian PRD5. What is a PRD5? Let me check that out. St. Gian PRD5. FM stereo, AM portable, digital tuning radio. Oh yeah, I saw that one. They're selling one. They're selling one at Addison Electronic Store where I go get my parts and my wires and stuff. Yeah. I remember seeing that little radio. You like it? It's pretty expensive here. 130. We're getting it for $145. Kind of interesting. RJ Dakota, sweating at a higher frequency. Why ZFR1 Biker? Hello from Sherbrooke. Nice to have you here. Hope you are well. KW61. I would refuse to eat until Brothers Stare was turned off too. Oh, I lost weight with Brothers Stare 24 hours a day. Now I'm just weigh 125 pounds. Oh, God. This is crazy. Yeah, I need to get one of those little... That's funny, because I see the map, but for some reason, the truck isn't moving. Oh, the truck is moving now. Yeah, he's not very far from where I live now. He's coming. He's coming. 16 minutes. Does it say if there's anybody before me? So, anyways, Tuetti. What is that name? Tuetti. What else do we have? Mad Reader DXer, this Tuesday we will hopefully do full contact. You were so close to doing a QSO with the crappiest AM station ever. It's not that bad. You're actually getting out, and I mean, for 20 watts, it isn't bad at all. And when I saw you pop up on my screen, I was like, oh, there was our friend there in Latvia that was on, and I started making a contact. But when I saw you, I already had made a contact with him before. So when I saw you, I immediately clicked on your call sign, because I was like, oh, priority. Let's put a priority with Mad Radio DXer. Let's try that. I saw him. So I actually was able to receive your signal and my antenna in my backyard. Unfortunately, it didn't continue. But this Tuesday, hopefully we're going to make it. We're going to make it. So 12 meters was where it happened. So we'll have to try 10 and 12. But, man, we got to go for it. Take care, Craig Martinetti. Steve Burnham is listening on 28380. There's a DX contest going on right now. So 28,380. Let's go check out 28,380. 28,380. Here, station a little higher. If you're still there, Steve, you wanted me to try a little, just a little key up and ask if, I'll just give my call sign Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India and give a little, say a little, you know, testing for the YouTube channel. If you want to see if you hear anything. Actually, you guys go to 28,380. Or wait. Go to 28,379 so I don't interfere with the other station. 28,379, and you guys tell me when you're on the frequency. I'm just gonna say a little hello there and see if anybody hears me. As I'm tuning here. N5 COP, yeah, the winter field day. Yep. That's what's going on. James Farley, nice to have you on board, says listening to the University of 20 SDR. Yeah, that's a good one. It received so well. ¿Cómo está, David, in Barcelona, Spain? ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? What else do we have? Okay, let's check it out. I'm going to call and say hello. CQ testing, CQ testing. This is Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India on 28,379 and doing a live YouTube. I am testing. This is Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India. I don't know if anybody heard me. Yeah, and upper sideband. Joseph, nice to have you on board from San Francisco Bay, California. And looking forward to tuning the bands. Cool. So, I don't know if anybody heard of anything I just said. So 4 minutes, I'm getting my groceries, guys, so it's going to take a couple of minutes before I come back, as the delivery is going to arrive. So, yeah, in Europe, you guys probably don't have much chance at this time on, in the U.S. In the U.S., some of you guys might hear me, but, N5 COP, Frank says, I heard you. KW61, no joy in Tucson, Arizona. J Dakota can only barely hear that. Try calling. Oh, you tried calling back? I did hear a faint voice. Maybe that's you that I heard. Let me just call you for a second. November 5, Charlie Oscar Papa. From Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India. CQ testing on 10 meters with a YouTube channel live. This is Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India testing 28,379 upper sideband with 100 watts. I hear someone very, very faint in the background, but it's too faint to actually make a contact. So So is the truck arriving? Yeah, he's almost here. So groceries are arriving. So, what else do we have? Dustin Loaf heard something on 28379. Nothing in Denver, says Matt. Marvin Motts, good morning. Nice to have you on board from the Japan Islands. Waking up with fresh brewed coffee. We'll spend all day working on a new transmitter for 4 megahertz. John in Tampa, Florida is joining in. So he's going to start his diet this week. Cool. Let's do it together. Yeah, there's I'm actually squeezed. There's one below and one above. I could see if I move just a little bit, there's something on the bottom and on the top. So Leo S, another thing in Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It could be skipping over. There's all sorts of things that could be happening. So nice to have you here. Different Gear TV, are you going to do one of those grocery haul unboxing videos? No, I don't think I'm going to unbox this stuff. There is one thing in there that is not good for a diet. That is chicken wings, because they're on sale, and I wanted to have chicken wings for Super Bowl day. CD Marchi, nice to have you on board. Good afternoon. KN4EXM in South Carolina. Nice to have you here. Pretty cool. And so in a few minutes I will be going for the groceries, and then I'll be coming back. And hope that you're enjoying. We're gonna have a few questions that I actually got on actually one of the RJ Dakota. Actually, one of the boxes is for Paul. He actually enjoys sleeping in those boxes from the grocery store. So he's gonna have a fresh new box, because the one he has now is kind of all torn up. So we're gonna have a couple of questions that I've had through the week that are kind of interesting, and we're gonna check it out so that we can answer those questions that are interesting. A few of them are quite interesting, actually. So 834. Okay. So that I think that's going to be kind of cool to check out. What else do we have? So yeah, Paul can play with the boxes. So, but Paul actually likes that. You know, you should see Paul. He's like sleeping like a baby. He's really, really just like so relaxed. Tostinov says, I got boxes outside for the strays. Yeah, we don't have, I don't know if it's, I know a lot of strays probably are very, quiet and don't show up, but I haven't seen any other cats except the ones that live here, around here. I don't know if maybe it's, there's, not much any stray cats around here or something, but, and I don't see, I was looking in the snow to see the, when I see the, any cat trails or something, there doesn't seem to be anything, which is interesting. John Tampa, Florida is getting WWV 25,000 in Florida. Not great, but getting better as the sun is setting. Telescopic antenna on the XH Data D808. Pretty cool. And RJ Dakota here in conversation on 28380 right now. So, yep, that is probably happening. And, man, that truck isn't moving very fast, I can tell you that. 1 minute ETA. 1 minute, apparently. And I just got a text message that says, hey, your delivery is arriving. So, Yep, he's just at the corner of the street now. Pretty much. So, anything else? Can I see? I'm probably going to park in the next, on the other side of the street, so I'll be checking that out. And we'll be back after the groceries with more of the Shortwave radio show. And I'll take that opportunity to actually bring along maybe another beer to continue the live show. We got a few questions also. I think it's going to be interesting to check that out. So it's been a lot of fun with Mad Radio DXer when he does these little live shows. We've trying to contact each other. It's been very, very cool to try and get some of these to get some contacts together on FT8. And I need to actually, I'm going to work on that for Tuesday. Work on making sure that my slow scan TV works. Because anybody that joins Mad Radio DXers Live on Tuesday morning, I will be sending out slow scan TV on 20 meters, 14230. And whoever decodes the picture for that will get a paper QSL card. So we'll be working on that. So I think this is going to be cool. And no cheating. No Kiwi SDRs. You have to hear it and decode it on your own with your radio and your device, whatever device it is. So 57 Steve DX1 shows most in delivery. But you joke. You know what? The funniest thing is on Facebook I got an ad. I didn't know that there's a beer delivery service in Montreal. And they have gazillions of beers. So apparently you just go on the website, and I haven't checked the website yet. Apparently they have an amazing choice of beer, and you just go there, order your stuff, and have it delivered at home. So I was like, oh, beer delivery service, that's new. Of course, beer and diet don't go together much, so in the weekdays, I actually have sparkling water. I've been I have a few boxes of sparkling water, so that is what at night. That's what I drink: sparkling water with 0 calories. They have fruit flavors like strawberry, raspberry, lime, and stuff like that. So that's what I pretty much drink at night. I just drink those bottles of sparkling water with that little taste. Has 0 calories on them. So anyways, enough with the diet. So still getting CHU quite strong on 7850 on the ICOM. And the deliveries of the groceries are almost here. Almost here. He's literally at the corner street here. I find that he's not going very fast. I don't know what's happening with the guy, but I'm pretty sure in the next seconds I'm going to see the truck. So Richard Wagner, my old neighbor, used to order booze via delivery because he lost his license from the yeah. Well, you can here we have the provincial liquor stores. We can order by internet. If I want to have some vodka and some whatever, I could order from their internet store and have it delivered here. Kid 61, that would be perfect for this upcoming Christmas, the 12 beers of Christmas. Here we go. Delivery has arrived. So, guys, I'm going to put CHU a little stronger. And I'm going to put Paul the Cat for your enjoyment. And see you in a few minutes. He's big and he's sleeping.
DXing, Canada. Coordinated Universal Time. 21 hours, 52 minutes. 21h52 minutes.
Shouldn't be too long before my groceries arrive. He's taking the stuff out of the truck. For those who want to see it, this is a $10 Canadian bill. Look at that. It's coming soon. I hear him with the boxes. These guys work so hard. I'm looking at how hard he's working just to, and he has to bring this up, to the third floor here. That's why I'm giving him $10 tip.
DXing, Canada. Coordinated Universal Time. 21 hours, 54 minutes. 21h54 minutes.
This is a $5 bill. The transparent. This is for you, Paul. It buys you all sorts of treats, food. Yeah, that's why you're happy, because you got money. Never saw a $10 before? Yeah, they're kind of cool. They're kind of good looking. And these are made of polymer. They're plastic bills. They are not paper.
Canada, UTC, 21 hours, 55 minutes. DXU, Canada, Coordinated Universal Time, 21 hours, 56 minutes, 21 minutes, 56 minutes. Canada, UTC, 21 57 minutes, 21 hours, 57 minutes. DHU, Canada, Coordinated Universal Time, 21 hours, 58 minutes, 21 minutes, 58 minutes.
And there we go. There we go. We are back. And we get the keyboard. So, yeah, the Paul the cat is a very happy cat. Now I just gotta change the lighting. because I moved it, and now you don't see the frequency on the radio. Here we go. This should fix the problem. Here we go. Okay. And we are back to normal after a little moment with Paul the cat, which is a very happy cat. Yes, I know. Now you should see him. He's reaching with his paw because he wants me to scratch him more. Okay. Do they deliver to North Illinois? I don't think so. Glenn Godfrey, nice to have you here. Was my first job in the 70s, delivering beer and sandwiches on a bicycle. Oh man, an NDG. Wow. We don't see that anymore. There used to be today. Uber does it, because there used to be these kids on their bikes delivering for the corner, dépanneur, and that was kind of cool. You'd see the bike in front of the store, just parked there, waiting for somebody to, get their deliveries and stuff. A992's live, Shortwave archive. Paul's daily pop-up and chat show on Radio Gilles International. Talking of Radio Gilles International, there is a pirate called themselves Radio Canada International this week on the pirate bands. John, Tampa, Florida. How about the Shortwave Calorie Counters channel? LMSF 25 Ultimate Max. Nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Fred Water, Paul. Hey, where are you going? Is this word getting up? That's pretty much what he does. It's like, okay, should I get up? Is he going somewhere that's worth it? Should I get up or not? Sheila, nice to have you here. Yeah, Paul is cute. Cutest cat in the world. Yeah? Cutest cat in the world. Ron Seal, nice to have you on board. And our favorite tabby. RJ Dakota, orange cats are usually very chill and friendly. Yeah, there was actually a real study on that. And they're saying that orange cats are the friendliest of every type of cat. And you know where these guys come from? Most of them come from the Vikings, because the Vikings preferred orange cats and would have orange cats on their boats and everywhere because they wanted cats to chase the mice. And apparently they would always choose orange cats. So the orange tabbies actually gained more popularity due to that fact. And that's one of the reasons why 70% of all tabbies, orange tabbies, are male rather than female cats. So RJ Dakota, never saw a $10 Canadian, $10 before. Oh yeah, Paul is crazy chill. That's Paul the cat for you. So yeah, orange tabby cats were the preferred cats of the Vikings, and they actually expanded around the world because of that. When they did some explorations and stuff, they would choose orange tabbies most of the time. So, yeah, I like Canadian money. I mean, look, I got this week, this guy sent me for a QSL, and, so which cat, no, that's not the one. Somebody sent me this week for a QSL, and, I mean, he sent me those drab US bills. So he put $3 in his envelope for me and a envelope to send him the QSL back for our contact. Sheldon Harvey, nice to have you on board from Greenfield Park, Quebec. Hope the bird watching went well. It was cold this morning, but it actually went not too bad. Around noon, it was pretty cool weather, actually. Jasmine, I can't even remember the last time I used physical money. I don't think I ever have when I went up to British Columbia. Chuck Yunkin, nice to have you on board. Yeah, I don't use a lot of cash. It's when I have cash is because I absolutely need it. So, for example, I wanted to tip the guy $10 for the grocery. That's why I had money, because I usually don't even have money anymore. KW61, my criteria on money, I don't care what it looks like as long as it spends. Sheldon Harvey, Radio D Expedition began today from a very rare spot on the planet. Watch for call sign SV1GA/A, Mount Athos. That's interesting. You're going to check that out. Yeah, Euros also very colorful. Absolutely. There's some similarity. Well, there's RGA Dakota. There's a lot of places here. We have a spot downtown that's called it's the what is it? The market, downtown market or something like that. Anyway, it's a place where there's a bunch of restaurants, and none of them accept cash. You have to pay with a card. It's like, like Matt says, even today, if you go somewhere, just have the exchange rate over your credit card or whatever. Because anyways, if you go to those places where they exchange money, they screw you up real good most of the time. MDK2, I still have an old paper $1, $2 bill from my first time in Canada in '83. It was something between then and the late '90s that they replaced them with loony and toonies. Yeah. That they've keep them. They'll be worth something someday. Jasmine says, always found it cute how cats sit with their front legs under them. Yeah. Sometimes Paul has his legs crossed like this and is like, oh, this is so cute. Yes, I know. Paul is the actual star. I should be just going away and leaving the camera on him. I'll have more views. Sean Arash, yeah, 119745 is China Radio International from Mali. They're off frequency. 11974.04. Wow. They're still on. Let me go check that. 11975. Well, according to my Yesu, which is very accurate, they're actually on 11975 straight on the dot. So they're not off frequency. But I'm hearing music right now. That's China Radio International from Mali. Yeah, it is interesting, Matt. The tabby cats, the orange tabby, is coming from the Vikings. MDK2 Matt says my one orange tabby pan 1991-7 was male. My parents almost had an almost yellow tabby named Angus, also male. Yeah, the majority, they're like 70%, 75% of orange tabbies are all male. There's not a lot of female orange tabbies. KW61, when my ship docked at Victoria, BC, I did not see a $10 Canadian bill for long. Well, Jean Arrache, my cat doesn't chase after nothing because he's just always eats too much here. So he just looks at them like, okay. He might chase them just for fun to play. But even that... He came in once with a woodpecker, which I found horrible. It was like, no, don't kill those beautiful birds. And it's the only time he ever came in with something. But it was a woodpecker. A beautiful woodpecker, too. It was like, oh, no, don't kill woodpeckers. You know. Jasmine, yep, U.S. bills are pretty boring looking. Haven't changed much like other countries have. Matt says he's a completely indoor cat, so it's funny to see the instinct just be there. Yep. Matt says, I still don't understand why they can't retire the $1 bill here. They had a few different dollar coins, but they never last. Yeah. WF7i Homebrew, how do you feel about bypassing the Windows 11 restriction on install to unapproved CPUs? I'm trying it on an old PC to use with a ham radio. Nothing critical on it if it dies. Works great. I got Windows 11 running on my 10-year-old Toshiba laptop, which does not have the requirements, and it actually works great. The only thing that can happen is in the future update, Microsoft could decide that they don't want that anymore, but I don't think they will ever change that. I think they'll always have that loophole. It's part of them saying, well, it's not supposed to, but go ahead, install it. Different Gear TV, there's a saying, cash is king. Well, it depends what happens. If something bad would happen, major event, yeah, I think if you have cash with you, you are going to be king. Blogger, I have a Canadian $1 bill, not sure if it's legal anymore. Yeah, you can spend it, Blogger. The problem is not if it's legal, because it definitely you can still spend it. But it's you're gonna get to a store and all the young people today are gonna be what the hell's that? And they don't want it because they don't know what it is. Jay Dakota, too many $1 coins get confused with quarters. Yeah, we don't have any problem with that here. The color of the dollar coin is different and the size is bigger, so we don't confuse quarters and dollars here. There's no problem with that. Trustin, quick question: would there be a reason for never getting CHU on 7850? On a ETM scan on my PL330. I always get CHU 3330. I think the ETM scan doesn't go that high on 41 meters. We need to have a scan, but look at press the ETM button and look at its scan. I think it stops before 7850. I think that the definition of 41 meters on the PL330 and most of the receivers is it stops at 7600. So it will never go up to 7850. I'm pretty sure it stopped at something like 7600. I need to get one of the radios here to scan. Or I'm going to check out, look, I'm going to do a scan on my H501X right here. So here I'm going to do a scan. Okay, here we go. Do the scan. I'm going to look at the frequency range it goes to. So it's scanning. What range will it stop? So I could see it go to 25, 26, to 3000. Okay. I'm going to check. It must have the same range that all the Texans. Because 7850 is outside the international broadcast band. And the ETM scans only the international broadcast bands. So now we're reaching 49 meters. The next stop will be the test for 7850. So, goes up to 62, 6300 goes up. Okay, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76. Exactly what I told you. It stops there and moves to 31 meters. So the scan on the Texan receivers, ETM scan, goes up to 7600. So it never reaches 7850. That's why you jump over it. 5716 DX1 is getting 8992 messages. SWAT Cuts, nice to have you here. Paul is also called a marmalade cat. Also, a study I read says that their coats have a slight variation of their stripes patterns. Yeah, I'll show you Paul a little more later. Do you know what makes a tabby? If you want to call them a tabby, there's a distinction. And all the cats that are tabbies all have that. Every single cat. If it doesn't have that, it's not a tabby. There's a M shape on their forehead. So if you look at Paul, I'm going to show you him later, you'll see that there is a M shape. Mignon that I had here had an M shape. And there's another cat that comes here that called Marcus that has an M shape. All the cats have an M shape are tabbies. No M shape, it's not a tabby. That's something to look at. Look at your cats. Look at the patterns of the forehead. You should see a M, like the letter M, in the pattern. If that is the case, it's a tabby. Now, Windows 11 works fine, Ultimate Max. It doesn't have... Some people have issues with it, but I got it on all my PCs here. Works absolutely great. A lot of bad rep over it, though, but it goes great. Okay. Well, this one is an old one, so it doesn't. But we're supposed to have some bills soon with the King Charles on it. We are supposed to have some soon, but the one that I showed is an older one. It's probably been like that for 5, 6, 7 years at least. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod. Bloggerdi, I think it was Dallas. They had robotic vehicles delivering pizza. Oh, I'd like to see that. There's a cruise ship that is all robots that I'd like to see. I saw it on CNET, and they were at Consumer Electronics Show showing their boats. It's like, wow. Ultimate Max, why did no looking for my chat? What do you mean? I've mentioned you several times, my friend. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. Shortwave Archive, I was looking for a medium wave station, and then I got redirected to Media Network blog from Radio Netherlands on the Internet Archive. Oh yeah, Media Network, man. SWAT cats, calico cats are on the opposite end of that spectrum. Most are females. Tristan, CHU 7850, pretty strong in my area. James Farley, lots of slow scan TV on 14 to 30. Matt MDK2, cryptocurrency and FTs are toast if the system ever crashes. Yep. That's where you'll be happy to have cash. Blog or die, I have a Microsoft Surface Pro 5th gen that has the TMP stuff, but an unsupported CPU. Yeah, that is so dumb. These are arbitrary requirements that are just so dumb for Microsoft, honestly. VT Radio calling CQ on 1867. Let me try it out. If there's one radio that's gonna get that, it's my ICOM. So if you want to call 1867 lower sideband. I don't know if I'm gonna hear you, but could be. Nicolas Lemonakis, love your channel and love your cat story. We have some rescue cats in our home and they are wonderful. Cool. N3WER, Am Radio Elmer. Nice to have you on board, Chris, from the East Coast. There could be some drivers not compatible though with Windows 11 on an older machine. KW61, I have Windows 11 installed on my new MacBook M4 Max Pro 2. Nice to have you here. Nicolas says, hi, Paul. Justin says, thanks, Jill, for the CHU answer. That little thing has always bugged me. You're the radio guy. Yep. So your ATM scan stops at 7600. So it never reaches the frequency for it. 57 Steve DX1. I have an orange tabby named Leo. He and his black cat brother Toby are both senior citizens, but still very active and rule the house. Cool. Cool. Are you in CW VT Radio? Okay. Oh, yeah. There we go. I'm hearing you. That was your call sign, AA1. Yeah, that's you. It's a fast CW, but I hear AA1 is you. So coming into Montreal on 1867. Look at the difference. This is on the ML830. Okay? This is on the Donnie ML830. Look at that. I'm gonna actually go in CW and put my my Yaesu on the NFED. We don't hear anything. This is where I'm very happy to have my MLA30. Because there's too much noise on my infed and the low frequencies. I don't hear nothing. It's deaf. Yet, my ICOM on the MLA30 gets 1867, 160 meter band. So I'm hearing VT radio call CQ. What else do we have? WSI Bruce says we have two Manx style cats, tiny stub tail. One is long hair and the other is short hair. Tuxedo, both female. Here, I'm going to show you guys what I was talking about. So, when you look at Paul, look at here. There's an M shape. There's an M shape on his forehead. It's easy to see. The M shape on the forehead, which is here. So that, most cats have that M shape, if you look carefully. These are tabbies. And this is what a tabby is. If you don't get that M shape on your cat, he's not a tabby. He comes from another branch of felines. Don Royal, I like Russian blue cat. Danielson, nice to have you on board. Do you have any idea when the LC100? Oh, it's going to be a long, long way in the making. Because when I ask questions, they don't have much answers, honestly. So, I don't know. I don't want to push your, you know, the idea of what you should buy or not. I personally like the LC90. It's good. I'm using it all the time. Like, it's always close. Last night, I listened to Shortwave. I listened to Spain in English and French. I listened to Thailand. I listened to Radio Romania, to Radio Slovakia via WRMI. And after that, there was nothing much on. Switched, listened to some podcasts, and listened to BBC World Service streaming. I just love the LC90. It's one of those. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. And the LC90 has fixed the majority of problems that it had, and it's gonna add even more stuff coming soon with another firmware update. So, I don't want to influence, but I think the LC90, you will like it. I know you might be wanting to wait for the LC100 because, oh, well, they had this one. Now they might have it even better and really perfect. But at the same time, yeah. Nice to have you here from Melbourne. I think you should get one. You can always return it if you don't like it, but it's pretty cool. Chrissy, nice to have you on board. From Memphis, Tennessee, just returned from grocery shopping and planning to listen to some radio tonight. I want some nachos. Nicholas, getting hard to DX here where I live, southeast of Baltimore, USA. Used to be easier 20 years ago. Still do some shortwave AM DX plus internet. Yeah, the problem is the noise. The noise is just so crazy. Just so crazy. You know? Ben Toys, Radio God, I love that we can put what's going on in the world on Just Talk Radio. It is a feeling of normalcy. Thanks for your normalcy. Cool. Yeah, we need that. We need some, you know, we need something to hang on that's always there, always with us. Especially today. Lagadai, I have a recording of the song Hey Paula that has A Paul in it in Japanese from NHK. Jeff K and 2ZNN, nice to have you here. Greg Martinetti, Joel, I'm back. I was on the road. I'm now at Tim Hortons. Aha. Video Radio, oops, time for dinner. Beacon on 28243, still going through if you guys want to try his beacon. Pretty cool. Different Gear TV, what does it mean if the cat has an X shape? The cat has an X shape? What's boring? Andrew Orden is boring. One of those idiots of the internet. Next. What else do we have? Get over to 61. Yeah, and they don't want to send me any radio. They don't want me to test any of their radios. I've asked. They're scared I'm going to just crap it out. They don't want me to talk about a radio. I mean, if you have a good radio, send it. There's, you know, if your radio is great, it's the best thing you could do is send me one to review. Because with everybody watching my reviews, you're going to sell tons of them. But if your radio's crappy, of course you're not going to send me one. I'm going to crap it out. I will always be fair. Whether you give me a radio or not, I don't care. I can tell you that. 57 Steve DX1 says, can't forget to mention my other little cat, Willow. Fluffy gray female. Jasmine says, noise is crazy. I'm surprised I'm able to hear much of anything at my location. Jim Gordon, really M shape on cat head. Some say that a kitten comfortable baby Jesus after his birth. The Virgin Mary noticed this. Yeah, I saw a story that goes with something like that. Well, I was actually reading on the cats. There was I came across that kind of legend. Yeah. Richard Wagner, how good is the A8W internet radio, which is this here? Actually, it's good. It's good, but it'll be better when they update it with the same search capabilities for shortwave and all, because for what it is, cool little compact portable streaming device, and with FM radio on it. I don't use it a lot because I have the LC90, but it's a cool little radio. I don't know if they updated the firmware on this. I'm just gonna check if they update the firmware on this little A8W. Audio is surprisingly good for the small size of it too. Pretty amazing, and it sometimes goes down to an amazingly low price. So you might want to check out when it's available at low price. It could be worth it to get one. Bentoys, really God, I am from North Bay, Ontario. Maybe there's people in North Bay. Yeah, there's a lot of people in Ontario that like radio, so I'm sure there's probably a lot of people around you. It's difficult because there's probably, sometimes people around us, we just don't know about it, trying to find out, who's there around us that could be, you never know. It's like, remember the scanner craze. And the scanner craze, unless you were, I was the guy that would go outside with his radio. So any neighbor, it's obvious that I'm the guy snooping on the cell phones and cordless phones and baby monitors. I was not hiding the fact that I was a radio guy. But most people aren't like that. Most people aren't like me. Most people that did scanner listening were the pretty quiet kind. So here's the... So this is the BBC streaming on it. Good music, which I won't do much. But the streaming, I just want to see if there's a... version info. I'm using the latest version. Yeah, that's the problem, because the latest version, if I look at... let me try something here. Voice of America. I want to see if it... Yeah, it doesn't seem to understand much. Voice of America English. Now you see, that's the problem. The search on this is crappy, and that's the problem, the biggest problem. Because you do the same on the LC90 now that they updated the firmware. They're using actually ChatGPT AI for the search. And boy, that has improved the search. You have no idea. You search for something, it knows what you're asking it. It knows what you want. And it is amazing for that. The podcast section is freaking cool too. LC90 is great, honestly. It went from my first review, and I still remember my first review of and Shoyun coming back and said, since you said our radio is not that great, our sales went down by half. And they actually told me, we had no idea how influential you are when you talk about a radio. And as they updated the firmware and made things better, I improved my reviews. I review it pretty much every new firmware almost as if it's a new radio. And I got to say, I'm impressed of the latest. I mean, it isn't the best shortwave radio around. You will have better mileage with other radios if you are mostly shortwave. Don't get the LC90. It overloads easily, and, there are better radios out there. But you want a mix of both, capable of listening to shortwave in a decent way with SSB, and you want a streaming device at the same time. Oh man, that it's on its own, and it's really, really cool. What else do we have here? Okay. James Farley says no luck. Chrissy says, I'm hoping that when I move out of current apartment in March, that my next place will not have as much RF noise. I imagine so, as I don't plan on living in a multi-story apartment complex. Yeah. Still, I'm able to hear way more compared to when I was living on the West Coast. Now, West Coast has its own problems because West Coast is also kind of a little bit of a dead zone. It's far from everywhere. So European stations are tough, you know. Lager Dice says, I am puzzled at how these radios sell enough units to pay for the design, tooling, manufacturing, marketing, and shipping. You know what? I think it has to do mostly with the fact that the Chinese market is hungry for radios. But you know what? Shoyang told me is that the LC90, we go crazy over it with the fact that it has shortwave and everything. What Shoyang told me is that in China, shortwave, they don't care. They are selling LC90s like crazy in China for the streaming part. It can stream all the radio streams. And so they were saying that that's really what makes the radio sell, the streaming. So if they sell enough in their own market, that means that they're making enough money that they can sell, and design these by the ton. We got to remember that China is a more than 1 billion people market. It's huge. It's bigger than, Europe and North America together. So imagine if, like I did say once, imagine if only 1% of China would buy a radio. It's still a lot of radios, Ultimate Max is a chill guy. That's cool. Richard Wagner, $60 for the AAW. Sometimes I saw it lower than that. Oh yeah, the audio is surprising for the AAW. The audio is actually very surprising for the size. I can tell you that. say it in my Alex Jones voice. Oh man, I don't even remember. What did he sound like already? It's about a radio, and the MLA-30 is just sucking the airwaves. It's just crazy. It's not. I had it better than that. I remember that Halloween, that Halloween time when I did. I think it took me a month for my voice to come back to normal. So I was looking at radios the other day, and I just saw that the MLA-30 sucks the airwaves, and that LC90 radio. I mean, the streaming part is great. Just ask it, Stream Alex Jones. You're gone. Oh, man. Richard Wagner, 282. Yeah, anywhere from 28,150 to 28,300. There's tons of CW beacons that you can check out. Jasmine, West Coast gets all of the Pacific. If you're on the coast, I routinely hear air traffic from the Pacific. Yeah, you'll hear China. Chrissy Freitas says, no kidding, but I definitely got Radio Japan and Radio New Zealand International amazingly well in Portland. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there? Absolutely. Better than here on the East Coast. WF7I Homebrew is going to try calling CQ Test for a bet on 1862 if I want to listen. Okay, 1862. There's a lot of CW. On 1862, I got CW right now. Man, it's really a CW contest there. What else do we have? Arctic Circle, have you tried, or are you going to try a Hermes Light 2? I've seen them. I've never tried. It probably could be something very interesting to look at, definitely. Matthew, Matthew Fernal, nice to have you here. Jasmine Jill made a whole conspiracy about the MLA-30. Yeah. Yeah, Alex Jones crossed with Kermit the Frog. Some kind of mix. Matt says, oh boy, will you ever hear China on the West Coast? I get tons of their stations every morning here in Colorado. Yeah. Yeah. Like or not, your YouTube mercifully dropped an ad on top of your Alex Jones voice. Oh, man. Richard Wagner getting a lot of CW on 160. Ajay Dakota, I would not be able to hear anything on 1862 since I have a local station just 2 kilohertz down. So, what time is it now? It's 22:45. So we'll be checking out for what's happening at 23. Anything special at 23 we can check out. In terms of number stations, there's V13. Remember, you guys, V13 we listened to last week? The other thing is at 22, there's Voice of Turkey. Voice of Turkey that will be coming on. So, kind of interesting. Matthew Fernal just purchased my first SDR today, an HF Plus Discovery from AirSpy. You're going to have fun with that. It works well. It works very well. For sure. Scatter Phoenix, MDK2. What frequency to get China on in Colorado? Every frequency. On the West Coast, it's crazy. Crazy. The number of broadcasts coming out of China. You know, the days are starting to get a little longer. And I was noticing last night I decided to, it was about 0200. I mean, you know, most of North America was in darkness. And it shows that the days are getting slowly longer and getting slowly into spring eventually. China was making it on 3 or 4 16-meter band frequencies good enough to listen to. And they were fading away during that hour, 02 to 03 UT. They were fading away, but it's like, okay, yeah, definitely something is happening, for sure. Danielson, thank you so much for the donation. And don't forget, if you like what I do and the live shows, and we're tuning the bands, we're having fun, trying to tune some of the ham stations out there. We just have a lot of fun with all of this, and I know you guys enjoy this meetup every Saturday. Plus the videos that I do, the reviews. Think about it, and it's not always, and I'll say it all the time, not always the same people to donate. You know, I mean, we've got 50,000 subscribers. We got hundreds of people watching the streams. It goes to thousands of views every week. I mean, come on. If you like and you enjoy and you follow, how about a little something? Super chat here. Once it's done and it's in YouTube, you can also give through the YouTube video itself. And now, tonight, it is my Asian soup night because of my diet, you can actually help me not, starve to death with a PayPal donation. And this is the email, the Yahoo email where you can send your PayPal donation. So help me out. If you like what I do, like I said, not always the same people. A lot of the money that comes through donations is always the same people. Maybe it's time to refresh that and, have other people give a little something. Thanks for your donations. Thanks for your support. Remember, this is my job. It ain't free. It's free for you, and there could be a lot to, help out. And whatever you do as a donation is, is fine. Whatever amount. Doesn't matter. Take care, Ultimate Max. Stay safe. What else do we have? Rotten Animal met Alex Jones when he came to Toronto. I wonder, I don't know what I would have done. Would I have imitated Alex Jones in front of Alex Jones? Maybe. I don't know. Matthew Fernal, I bought a U-loop to use for an antenna, but I'm looking to upgrade maybe in the summertime. Do you have any suggestions? It could be the MLA30. The U-loop works particularly well with the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. They're kind of designed for each other, but it's a passive loop, doesn't have any amplification. If you don't have too much noise, I would try, an outdoor wire or anything. It depends how much noise you have around you. Tasty Badger, nice to have you here. KJ6VYF in Idaho, nice to have you on board. Newbie to HF, well, you know what? You're in the right place where you can learn. You can see what we do, what we tune around, and what's out there, and even ask questions. You're really at the right place for this. KW61, don't forget to smash the like button. Jeff King finally got off work. No more snow and warm enough to work. Greetings from Jacksonville, Florida. Nice to have you on board. And stay safe as you're going home. WSI Homebrew just worked 20 stations and 160 in 10 minutes. Wow. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Can get it from Amazon, Matthew Fernal. The difference is that the U-loop is a passive loop. It works well for what it is. But the MLA30 is an amplified loop. So it will sometimes bring you more signals. One thing the LC90 doesn't like, and I'll have to say, and I don't use it much on my MLA30, the LC90, showing LC90 overloads really, really easily on shortwave with an external antenna. So it is something to avoid for the most part. Honestly. Sweatcats cannot set up a tower in my backyard. I have 3 power transmission lines just about 15 feet away. Well, what you could do, Sweatcats, is just put an MLA30 in a plant. If I would not be allowed for an antenna here, the MLA30 can easily be just shoved in a big plant. And it's going to be there outside on your balcony. Nobody's going to complain because you got the plant. And nobody will see it. Christy, probably my next place I can finally have one. For now, I just using those simple wind-up wire antennas connected to the antenna port. Yeah, the LC90 is bad in overloading, Chrissy. Here, I don't use external antenna ever. Especially here, I got WWCR and Radio Marti are the two biggest problems for me because they're very strong here. And I hear them all over the band. So when I put the MLA30 on, it's like, nah, okay. It's actually worse. I have better reception on the telescopic than actually using a outdoor antenna. It'll all depend on how strong signals are where you are. You know, in a quiet environment where signals are weak most of the time. Yep. Jean Arrache a plantenna. I like that. You know what? I should I should sell a plant with the antenna in it and say this is the plantenna. Your neighborhood doesn't want you to have an antenna outdoors? Here's the plantenna. It's hidden. Nobody knows. Sweatcat, it is ham radio antennas that I have a problem setting up in the back. Yeah. That is, you know, when you try to be quiet and not show everybody that you're putting up antennas everywhere. And I still remember when I put up my first wire in the backyard here. I did it at night so nobody knew, nobody could see. The funny story about it is I was in the neighbor's yard at night. It was about midnight. I'm not joking, midnight. And I knew nobody would see me. But I would pull on the wire, which was in the grass. And I wonder why there was some resistance. What I didn't see is that at the other end of my 100-foot wire, Paul the cat was seeing the wire move on the ground, and he was jumping on the wire all the time. That was a resistance. I was like, Paul, stop jumping on the wire. So, but anyways, I put up the wire, a very thin wire, in a way that, I mean, nobody would see it. One day, I get the next door neighbor in the back that's like, what's the wire that's going up in the air? It's like, oh God, you saw the wire? Come on. And the funniest thing is when my end fed in the back, the new neighbors that are in the little house next door. First time I say hi, the guy looks at me and says, oh, what's that? Shortwave, amateur radio? I was like, yeah, okay. I guess it's visible. But, you know, I'm lucky to not have any constraints, anything that is not, you know, I'm able to put up the antennas I want. Nobody says anything. And that is cool. That is very, very cool here for that. But, yeah, I like that. A plantenna. Got a problem with your neighbors and your ham radio gear? Let's buy a plantenna. Plantenna. If you buy one now, you'll get the second one for 50% off. Plus, free shipping. Plantenna.com. I like that. Tony, Tasty Badger says, Xiegu G90 end-fed long wire, 134 feet. Wow. Jasmine, given all the changes, Joe, you may not need to worry about Radio Marti much longer. USAGM is likely to abandon its shortwave operations. Yeah, well, there's a lot of talk about that. We'll see what happens. I'll give it time. If the United States wants to keep its domination of the of what's happening in the world, they should keep the Voice of America. I can tell you that. Because shutting all of that down is short-sighted. Matthew Fernal, what's the difference between a magnified loop and a passive loop? I'm new to the side of antenna world, so just wondering. A passive loop is that the loop is there. There's nothing that, there's no circuit to amplify anything. Whatever it's getting, it's what is being sent to the receiver. An MLA30 is an active antenna, so it has an amplifier. which means what it gets in the loop is when it's sent through a low noise amplifier to boost it up and then send it to the radio. So a signal that might be just barely audible on, say, the U loop could be pretty good on the ML830 because it amplified the signal. It's not always a good thing, but yeah. If my neighbors would be tugging on the wire. Yeah, what's that? What's that? Let's follow the wire and see where it goes. KW1161. Oh, God. Different gear TV. Probably what I have with the ML830 is that I keep breaking the SMA to 3.5 millimeter cable adapters. I can't find a well-made 3.5 to SMA. Huh. Man, you're so rough. What are you doing? Squadcats, the plantenna, the photosynthesis of HF radio. KW61 wants a full-size pine tree plantenna. You know, it's like buying a Christmas tree, a real tree. You go in. So what size plantenna do you want? We got 40 feet palm tree plantennas. We've got 30 feet pine tree plantennas. We've got 30 feet. We've got 30 feet maple tree plantennas. What do you want? Mike B says, as far as the plantenna goes, in Southern California, they have a lot of the cell towers disguised as palm trees. So there's plantennas. Take care, Shortwave Archive. Always nice to have you on board. Matt says 3 hours in. Well, it's over. Let's shut it down. No, I won't that. What else do we have? Jake. I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Where are you, Jake? What's your QTH? So, Francis Moore, nice to have you on board. Just back from work. Repairs to storm damage, church spire up north. What form of battery does the LC90 use? Well, they don't let you go in, so that is one thing. That's one thing that is a little maybe negative about the LC90. They don't let you go in the radio for the battery. It uses, from what I know, it's something like 18650 lithium ions, but there's screws on the back panel. There is a back panel, but there's screws on it so that you shouldn't technically go play within the radio. So that is maybe that, I suggested that they should change that. They came back to me for the reason they did that is because visually the aesthetic of the radio, they want it to be beautiful. So they don't want to have these little doors that you can open to, change the batteries and things like that. But yeah, I get it. MDK2 says, you can't fool us. It's not over until you say, hey guys. Hey guys. Cheers. Matthew Fernald. So yeah, it has a connector. It has a wire. It has an SMA connector to it. So depending on the radio you're using, you might need to have an adapter. But you just connects like any other antenna, whether it's passive or active. Antennas connect in the same way. There's no difference. The only thing that you might need to do is use an adapter if it doesn't fit the connector of your radio. TC Badger, no one complains about my antenna farm in the backyard. If they ask, I tell them I am retired NASA and I monitor lost space junk as a hobby. I like that. I like that. I monitor aliens because they've been around lately in the neighborhood, so with all the antennas I can actually know where they are in real time. Arctic Circle, yeah, perfect. A 9th generation Intel Core i7 is powerful enough. Powerful enough. Glenn McEnroe, is a plug-in antenna better than a passive wrapped antenna? Technically, yeah, because the connection is direct. But on shortwave, you don't really use much passive. I do sometimes. You know, an example of passive. Do I have something here? Because I've been doing that so many times over the years. I'm just going to check if I got some cable that I can use. I don't have much there. Do I have a wire here? Any wire is going to do the job. Can I, what's this? Yeah, no, I don't. Oh man, I don't have, yeah, I'll use this as a demonstration here. So, when you look at my videos from a, you know, different periods of times, you might have seen that I've like been using radios, and either I have, you know, like some antenna with a crocodile clamp on the antenna itself, but sometimes you might have seen that I don't have a crocodile on the antenna, but what I have is a wire that wraps around like this for the antennas. And the reason I do that is, for example, I was explaining how this showing LC90 overloads easily. Now, if you put the antenna directly, because there's a connector here for that, it will overload. Or if I clip it on the telescopic, it overloads also. But sometimes you're in the mid-range, meaning that it overloads with the external antenna. It's a little weak, just telescopic. So what I do is what I call kind of in the middle, halfway between a external antenna and just a telescopic, which is taking the external antenna and coupling by doing a few turns around the telescopic. And this actually brings the signal level higher, but not as high as if you had the external antenna directly plugged to it. And sometimes it's a good idea because it gives you just the right signal level raise that you need, but it still prevents the radio from overloading. So I use that trick on several receivers here that actually do overload easily. And I mean portables, if you're in an environment like that has strong signals, portables are overloading. It's a normal thing for radios, portable radios. They are made to be portable. And that means because they are portable, they've pushed the sensitivity to the max for just that short telescopic. And that means if you put an external antenna, you're just sending so much power into the radio. So that is kind of a halfway trick where, well, it overloads on the external. It's good on the telescopic, but it maybe it could be better. So what you do, you couple. So couple means it's going to work, but a coupling to an antenna is never as good as a direct connection. Direct connections are better for the amount of signal you want to get. But it depends on the radio again. So that means for some, coupling might be the best way to do it, to not overload it. Thank you, Francis Moore, for the donation. It's much appreciated. Jake. Just turned 17. Well, it's not really 18 plus. It's 18 plus in the settings because of the ads. I put the ad level to like, there could be a beer ad, you know? But yeah. And I'm drinking beer too. Skyler Phoenix, much like your Black Ops antenna installation, you're not supposed to tell people you monitor the aliens. Yeah, you know. Hey, Ubal, nice to have you here. No problem, Glenn McEnroe. You're here. We're here for that. Answer the questions. Tasty Badger, in reality, I just operate clandestine number stations for GMRS Mafia. That's great. We want to hear more about the GMRS Mafia. Nick Hansen, capacitive coupling. Matthew Fernal, is the MLA30 an outdoor antenna, or is it just one that you could put in your window? A lot of people put it in their window because they can't put the antenna outdoor, but it does work outdoor. It will be better outdoors, actually. And mine has been going through 4 Canadian rough winters, cold, ice, snow, everything. Anything. Sweatguts, that wrapping the wire antenna around the antenna acts like an inductor antenna. Yep. Have I done any TV DXing, Doug Noble? Yes, absolutely. Back in the 80s, mostly. I've never... You know what? The last time I did some TVDX was when I was living with my parents in the 80s. We had a 20-inch black and white TV that I have no idea where it came from, which was unused, and that became my TVDX TV. I would plug it in, and mostly in the summer for some reason, but because, you know, Sportic E-Skip is mostly a summer thing. But I would plug that in TV, and I would clip wires to the rabbit ears in the kitchen, and I would just tune around each channel, see what I can get. You know, I wasn't that fancy. Just getting a channel from far away, like I remember getting CJOH channel 8. That's channel 8 from Cornwall, which when I was playing with the antennas was coming in, and I was like, this is cool. I'm getting a TV channel from another city 100 miles away. So I had a lot of fun with that. But the first ever real DX, and I mean real DX. DX is a term that is just, you know, general. DX is whatever you want it to be. For me, Cornwall on channel 8 was a DX channel. It was DX. It was listening to a faraway station on the TV. But one day, I plugged in everything. And back then, I had no idea about Sportic E-Skip. I had no idea about any of that. At all. I was completely out of the loop of propagation, you know, ways of propagations and stuff like that. So I turned on the TV, and it was a Friday night. It was really hot. I remember it was really hot. Friday night, turned on the TV, and I tuned to channel 4. And I'm never had received anything on channel 4. It was always, just the static. So it's channel 4. Hot summer day. It's 7 p.m. just after supper. And behold, on channel 4, there's a really clear signal, and it's Jeopardy that's playing in English. And I'm like, what the hell's that? I never got anything. And just like a shortwave signal, fades out, fades in. And I'm like, wow, what's that? And I stayed there, glued to the TV, until the top of the hour to see the TV identification with the call sign. And you know what? It faded out when I had the call sign. So I was like, are you kidding me? I spent the last half hour watching Jeopardy to not have an idea of what it is. So I continued watching. And at the next half hour, when they had another ID, that's where I don't remember the call sign, but I remember it was Channel 4 from Dothan, Alabama. And I was like, what? I'm getting a station all the way from Alabama to Montreal on Channel 4. And I was so impressed and amazed. And I started tuning the other channels. And there was something on Channel 3 too. There was something on Channel 5. That was my first experience of TV DXing. Totally by luck. And I had several occasions after that I tuned and heard and saw some TV DXing come through. Boy, was it exciting. Imagine a teenage kid that doesn't know too much about propagation, doesn't know how it freaking works. And you turn on your TV and I'm getting a station from Alabama on my TV screen. How can it be? What's happening? Later, where did I learn about what was happening? Monitoring Times. A few years later, I purchased a copy of Monitoring Times at the local newsstand. And I turned it on, and I was looking at it inside, and there was an article about TV DXing. And it explained propagation, E-skip, sporadic E-skip. And I was like, that is what happened. That is so cool. Same thing with scanner radio. I'm a very curious guy. If I get a radio, that radio gets in every frequency range that exists in the world. And not just once. I am the guy that's going to tune a band I've never heard anything 1,000,000 times. Because I'm sure I'm going to hear something at some point. And unfortunately, that's the problem with a lot of scanner users today, by the way. Somebody was mentioning a scanner radio on the Shortwave group, and it was like, well, there's nothing on the bands. There's way more than you think. When I hear somebody say, well, there's nothing here in the area, no, you're not scanning enough. There's way more than you think. But don't scan for 10 minutes. Scan for 3 hours, 4 hours. You're going to get dozens of channels with stuff on it. Because there's a lot of the channels that actually have so little communications going through them that, it's almost a lucky thing that you're going to get through and hear whatever. So, one day, I'm actually at one of the parks where I do my de-expeditions, sometimes my urban de-expeditions, which is Parc de la Visitation. It's just, if I take a bus here and just go north, it ends where the river is, and that's where the park is. So, I've known that park since I was probably 13 or 14 years old. And I'm, I don't know, it's my scanner craze moment, so it's like 1990, 1991. I have the Pro 43 scanner that I still have here. It's somewhere here. I'm tuning 100 137 to 174 all the time. I hear tones on 137.500. And the tones are weird. And for some reason, I don't understand that the tones are fading out. And after 10, 15 minutes, they're gone. And I'm like, what's that? What is that? And it seems to be moving because I could, definitely I have the scanner in my hand and it fades out, fades in, fades out. I don't know what I'm listening to. So one day, once again, I get the monitoring tones. They're having an article on weather satellites that you can monitor on your scanner radio. I read the article and I just understood one thing. I'm hearing what I heard, those tones, I heard a satellite, a low Earth orbit satellite with its transmissions on 137 megahertz. And I'm actually excited. I'm like, wow, I heard a satellite. This is just so mind-boggling. And so I remember that day I was like, okay, but I don't know when they're going to pass over. I don't know what to do. And I just turned on the satellite, my scanner, and I'm like, I'm going to leave it there on 137.500. And, what my understanding of the article is, but 90 minutes later I might hear it again if it's still overhead. And I remember that day that I tried it, I heard it, and I'm like, okay, in 90 minutes I should be hearing it again. And 90 minutes later, it's there. And I'm like, okay, it is a satellite. And that's where I still remember finding on my, what was it? DX386 DOS PC. I got a piece of software that would actually follow satellites. The problem is I needed to have the two-line element info so the software knows the latest data of where these satellites are going to be. And I still remember paying long distance because the only place I knew back then was a BBS, a bulletin board system, in British Columbia that was specialized in two-line elements for low orbit satellites that I could download the latest data. And I remember it's like, it wouldn't be long. It would take like 5 minutes, and you had all the two-line elements. They were very, very short data, even with the modem back then. So I would connect to there, and it cost me like $1.50 for the long distance. And I would have the latest elements, and my software would tell me when the satellites would be up. That was so exciting. It was just amazingly exciting to get that. I mean, it was just crazy, how much fun you can have, even if it's just tones. Just the fact that I knew I'm getting something from space, a satellite in orbit. I remember people telling me, it's like, you can't hear signals from satellites from space. Only NASA can do that. Yeah, now how ignorant people are, not thinking that, no, you have no idea. I have a joke all the time about it because later on, I was listening to, you guys remember, some of you might have monitored when the space shuttle would have missions. There was a ham station at the Goddard Space Center that was WA3NAN, and they would rebroadcast the shuttle audio on the amateur bands. And I loved that. Every time the shuttle would go up, I was tuning the amateur bands on W3NAN because I just loved listening to the audio. And my brother didn't care in the world at all about my radio stuff. He always told me, Oslo, you're listening to that noise again. But one day he makes a girlfriend. And his girlfriend comes over And to kind of impress the girlfriend, I guess. He's like, "Oh, this is my brother," and he's listening to the space shuttle on these radios. Like, really, you? I still remember that day, and my head was like, "Really? You don't give a shit about what I'm listening to, but now you want to impress the girlfriend." My brother listens to the space shuttle. It was just such a funny thing. It's like, yeah, impressing your girlfriend with your brother listening to the space shuttle. Yeah, okay. Okay, I've seen it all now. Skyler Phoenix puts his MLA30 in the window, so it works great. My antenna needs couples therapy. Tasty Badger. Scatter Phoenix, I just got a GMRC radio. I'm not sure yet what to do with it, and I don't yet have my license. So far, I've just listened to the airband. Tasty Badger says aliens monitor him. Jasmine Jill is raising a new generation of shortwave enthusiasts. Yeah, I am. You're not the only one that's a younger generation. There's a lot of people that have joined and are here. It's pretty cool. Cream Martinetti, Jill, I never saw a notification that says your channel is for 18 plus only. We just had 15, 17-year-old came on plus, then left when they saw 18 plus. I thought we were trying to attract younger viewers. It's, you know what, 18 plus is just a check mark on YouTube. It's just because two things are putting the 18 plus on the channel. One is, I've never seen one. There could be a possibility of an ad that is meant for adults, like an alcohol ad, for example. But I've never seen any. The other reason that I have to is, well, I drink beer on the show. So automatically it has to be there. Yeah, we're trying to get anybody, but you know what? It's not... I've never seen any channel or anybody ever get in trouble with, anything like that. So I'm more of a... I think it's more of a warning. Because, I mean, there are beer ads on TV. And you could have teenager watching. It's more of a precaution than an actual prevent of, younger people to come in. Basically. Skyler Phoenix. Okay, what else? Jasmine. Though it's single player game, will come out next. Okay. Christy, I still like to think myself as a new generation of shortwave enthusiast. Much I am also 40-year-old, which I definitely feel my age today. Jasmine, all the this talk about aliens just made me think. Have any of you done the ultimate DXing and listening to Jupiter? You know what? A lot of us probably already did without even knowing about it. Because apparently when Jupiter is at its strongest, it's even a portable is going to get it with a telescopic. But we are going to simply say, oh, I got some interference from a neighbor or something. And that's it. Glenn McEnroe, when I was a kid, there was no cable TV. We had an aerial antenna on our roof with very few stations. Yeah, my mom would go crazy. We had a 26-inch color TV in 1977, 8, before we got cable. And at 10 years old, I was fiddling with those rabbit ears so I can actually see my Saturday morning cartoons from the U.S. channels WPTZ Channel 5 in New York, northern New York State, in Plattsburgh, and also Channel 3 on WCBS, or what was it? It was a CBS station on Channel 3. Oh yeah, they survive our Canadian crazy winters, absolutely. Sean Arash, in the late 70s, we had a fishbone rooftop antenna on our house, and we could get stations from Vermont, Maine, and New York State. Yep. We would get here from Montreal. We would get Channel 3, Channel 5, Channel 8 in Cornwall, sometimes Channel 13 from Trois-Rivières, which was a French CBC, Channel 22, 33, and 57 on UHF. '57 Steve DX1, my MLE-30 antenna survived 100 miles per hour winds from Hurricane Helene with no problems. Yep. Tasty Badger, 27085 AM is Madhouse. Oh, 27025 too. Swatcats, back in the day, you can use your TV as a meteor detector by tuning channel 2 and have recorded on a VHS tape. And you can watch the tape later to see. Yep. Yep. A lot of radars, meteor radars, actually used TV channels of the day to have the ping of any meteor getting into the atmosphere. Richard Califano, good evening. Nice to have you here. W82157 is Albany, New York. Albany, New York. You are the best at Moscow nights. Bill Mead, I got Channel 4 in Dothan, Alabama in the 80s as well in Maine. Remember seeing Florida and Missouri in those days as well. A lot of fun. Yep. It was interesting to see also the patterns of E-skip. You could always see E-skip propagation coming from specific areas. Often you had propagation to one part of the U.S. through that, which was pretty cool. Yeah, Popular Communications, KW61, absolutely. Matt says, Chrissy, you're a baby. Joseph, scanning can be such a blast. I'm lucky I live near airport and trains, boats. Yeah, I'm lucky too here in Montreal. A friend of mine that I went to school with that lived just a couple of streets from here. He had a scanner radio because he liked to listen to the police. And when the Montreal police went digital and encrypted, for him, it's like the scanner radio there's no more use for scanner radios. And I told him, I said, there's tons of other things in Montreal to listen to. First of all, we are near a major seaway. There's boats. We have the Port of Montreal with the pleasure boats. There's a lot of stuff on the marine bands of VHF here. There's a lot of stuff on the railroads. We got pretty much a lot of railroads around here. So there's a lot of communications from that. We have an airport. There's a lot of airport communications from that. And there's a lot more than you think for everything else. Even though, yeah, you're not going to listen to the police anymore. Yeah, I know. But it's surprising what you get on your scanner radio. But people aren't, people that purchase scanner radios, we are geeks, radio geeks. So we know, for the most part, everything our radio does. So a lot of us, when we got a scanner radio, knew that there was a lot more than just the local police. There was a lot of stuff. We knew that VHF, UHF ranges were full of signals of all sorts. But the I think the majority of people that purchased scanner radios back in the day were focused on specific things. Oh, yeah, I can hear the local police. Oh, cool, I'm going to buy one. I can hear the cordless phones. Oh, I'm going to buy one. But when all of that went away, for them, it's like, well, now I got this box that I paid a couple of $100. That doesn't do anything. Well, no, it does a lot more. But most people are not aware of all of that. So when I told my friend, I said, there's the airport and the trains and the port of Montreal and oh, really? Yeah. You got a radio that listens to a freaking large range of frequencies. There's a lot more than just the local police there. TCB Badger scan for hospice monitors and whispers Bible verses to the old folks. Joseph, it also matters if people have transitioned to digital modes. Yep, some communities have more than others, absolutely. Francis Moore, as my Windows tablet and laptops do not have the capability of Windows 11, is it safe to still use when the updates for 10 stop? Would be ashamed to scrap. Francis, you have two choices. Microsoft will charge $30 for an extended year. So when you get there in October, of this year, you can pay $30 another year. There's a company called Zero Patch that will offer many years of extended security updates also. So your Windows 10 machines that are not compatible with Zero Patch, for example, will probably have at least 3-4 years more before they are really, really, better to move on. And of course, there's always the Linux side of things that gives more life to PCs. Artie Curtis, nice to have you here. In 1970, I lived in Nebraska, and during the August Persean meteor showers, picked up meteor scatter bursts on TV Channel 3 from Alberta, with only rabbit ears indoors antenna. Yep, it didn't need much to have fun. It was pretty cool. Okay. What else do we have? Got feeling, Joe, do you consider using a mounted SDR handheld for scanning to be cheating? No. It's a radio. You use a Spectrum display to scan. Using an SDR of any kind is not cheating. It's a radio. I'm tired of people calling it cheating because there's no cheating. It's a radio. When I use my SDR Play RSPDX, AirSpy HF Plus Discovery, there's no cheating. It's a radio. The only difference is that you need a computer to control it. So the SDR, the Monoshite SDR, well, it's a portable device with an internal little computer to actually work the SDR. There's no cheating in there. Blogger, best weather from what FM signals can I look for with VHF radio? So besides weather, what FM signals can I look for with a VHF radio under 200 megahertz? So from 130, okay, above the FM band, from 108 to 174, there are tons of things there. First of all, 108 to 136 is the VHF air band. Now, there will not be an FM, they're in AM mode, but the airports and the aircrafts that go to, different airports around the country are in the 108 to 136 band. 136 to 138 is a reserved band for spacecrafts. You might hear NOAA weather satellites like NOAA 19, NOAA 18, NOAA 17. You might even decode those if you have the software for it, for the weather pictures. 137 to 174 is a mix of different things. There are a lot of companies that use two-way communications in there. 144 to 148 is the 2-meter amateur radio band. You'll hear local repeaters, amateur radios, and FM, narrow FM. 156, 7, 8 megahertz, you have marine bands. If you live near a body of water where there's a lot of boats, you might have some marine communications there. Trains, 159 to 162-ish, you have railroad communications there. So if you have railroads around you, you're going to hear some trains. Of course, there's the weather band, 162 megahertz. And above 162, you'll have different agencies and companies using that frequency range for all sorts of communications, two-way communications, once again. So there's a lot more than you might imagine. But it's a question of scanning there all the time. This is where, when somebody tells me, I've got I would like to have a shortwave radio with with airband. I always go with, buy a shortwave radio. Forget the airband on a shortwave radio. Buy yourself a cheap scanner radio, which will do a way better job at the airband because it scans faster, and give you a lot more also in the VHF, UHF range. If you want to, check it out. KW61 had a BBSs. Oh man, I was a BBS guy. I went to so many get-togethers with guys from the BBS, local BBS scene here. Oh man. So WWV cheers you up, Tasty Badger. Telephone modems to connect to BBSs. Yep, absolutely. Not counting that, remember that was the time period when the phone companies actually are screwing us up with the long distance. Where we would wait at, I remember here waiting at 11 at night to call a BBS in another zone for long distance to actually make it as cheap of a call as possible. And today you're like, wow, we were screwed by the phone companies back then. Crazy. Glenn McEnroe, I would take all night to download a game. I was, we can say it now. I made money in high school by doing something that was illegal. When I was a teenager, I was paying there was a BBS called Cracked Juarez, Crack Software. They had every freaking Commodore 64 games you would ever imagine. I don't even remember how much it cost per month. It was something like $5 a month. And I subscribed to it. And I don't even know how I came through it, because that BBS, you had to be some kind of special person to actually be part and member of it. They would not accept everybody, of course, because, they could get caught. And I don't know how I came to that. I was one of the privileged to be on that BBS. I would download Commodore 64 games like crazy. I still remember buying 5.25-inch discs, like hundreds at a time. And I had every freaking game you could have on Commodore 64. Every single game. You want a game? So in school, I got a reputation from a couple of people that I would give games to that was like, well, you can get any game apparently. And I mean, back in the 80s, some of the games were sold at like 50, 60, $70. That's a lot of money in 1985 to get a game. So I had started the I can get you any game for $5. So, of course, the word was going through the school. So I would have these people come to me and my locker and say, are you the guy that can get a Commodore 64 game for $5? Yep. Okay, how does it work? You give me a floppy or multiple floppies, depending on the game, and for $5, you'll get your favorite game. So they would come up to me and was like, oh, I'd like to have, you have Defender of the Crown? Yeah, $5. Okay. How do you do this? Bring me a floppy. I do not give the floppies. It's $5, but you bring the floppy. And I would make a copy, and the next day it's like, here, transaction, $5. I would make a lot of money, actually, because I had probably at least 100 guys that would just come up to me every week and say, oh, can you get the Three Stooges? Yep. And even at the last year I was in high school, it was like $5 plus, if a game was multiple disc, $2 per multiple disc. So if a game had 3 discs, it was 5 plus 2 plus 2. So I made a lot of money with that, but it was totally illegal. I could have been arrested back in the day, honestly. But I was the guy, and everybody was like, you're the guy that gets everything. But you know what? Some of them I didn't have. So when they would ask me for something, I'd go on the BBS. And I remember sometimes staying up. Like, I would go home, get on the BBS, which was hard because it was difficult to get on that BBS. And once you were there, you were good for, I think they gave us like 4 hours of time once you were logged in. And I remember like staying up all night. 1, trying to contact the BBS. 2, staying there and, downloading a full disk on a 1200 baud modem on the Commodore 64 was like 2 hours or something. It was crazy. Yeah, I was a bad guy. I was a pirate. I was a software pirate. But boy. What else do we have? Tasty Badger remembers Star Trek HD's 49 megahertz nets in the trailer parks with like 20 kids all night. Oh man. Horticuritus in 1970 picked up the first Chinese satellite on 20,009 megahertz. Wow. Jasmine, meanwhile in the UK, they drink beer at 16. Yeah, Hey, Jay Watterson, 69. Nice to have you here. Greg Martinetti, thanks for explaining. They left. If they enjoyed your channel, they would have told their friends. Yeah. Come on, there's beer ads on TV, please. Matt says, I watched tons of beer ads growing up when the sports was on. The Hams, beer, forest animals, Olympia beer, artisan, and tastes great, less filling Miller ads. Oh, that one. The Miller ads were all over the place here and too in Canada. Eh, you know. Man says being was somewhat obsessed with partying by the time I hit high school. Something neither of my daughters exhibited. Yeah. You know, I mean, I come from a home where my dad smoked. He smoked in the car. You imagine today, the laws here. If my dad would do the same, would have done the same thing today. From back in the the 70s, I could call the cops and have him arrested for smoking in the car, closed the windows closed, with children inside, with kids. Today, it's the cops will arrest you for that. I mean, back in the day, it was like my dad smoked 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes a day in the 70s and 80s. And I mean, I instead of when people say, well, it makes you want to smoke. No, it actually made me want to not smoke because I just hated the freaking smell and the freaking cigarettes in my face every single day. It's like alcohol. No, I don't think ads bring you as an alcoholic. It's the environment and what you do and who you hang out with, which is a much more complex situation here. You know, yeah, okay, there's no more cigarette ads, and that's fine. They're illegal now here. And it's fine. It's fine. We don't need that. I mean, there's nothing positive about cigarettes. But, I mean, we're kind of a little, idiot in a way because it's like, oh, well, no ads for cigarettes, but, yeah. So, wouldn't it be logical to remove ads for alcohol, beer, and stuff? That has nothing really positive about it, too. It's an adult thing, but we know how alcohol is also a major problem for a lot of people. Like, yeah, okay, we choose what we want. But I think a lot of it has to do much more with who you hang out and what your life's all about. And some people have a, genetic thing that makes it worse than others, definitely. Also. What else do we have? Scatter Phoenix was part of an experiment in the 90s to track space objects using ambient RF and an antenna array consisting of a bunch of dipoles inserted to the ground. It worked, but only on large objects. Yeah, depends on the frequencies also that you were sending out for that. Definitely. Scatter Phoenix, you should do that. I don't remember about what. SWAT guys, they do have a radio receiver specifically listening to Jupiter called Jove receiver. Yeah, there's one online actually you can listen to. Sometimes they have these audio clips. Jupiter is actually high in the sky as we speak tonight. 21, 22, 23 megahertz. If you hear pops or ocean type waves, it could come from Jupiter. DC Badger sent away from your Radio Moscow QSL cards. Yeah, got quite a few of them here. Back in the day, man, that was so cool. KM61, U.S. Air Force has a meteor scatter communication system in use. Joseph, BSD. Glenn McEnroe, yeah, probably spend more time updating my Linux OS than using them to run software. Yeah, Happy New Year cards. Yep, my Radio Moscow. The MLA30 is directional. Every loop, the U loop, MLA30, it's a loop. So yeah, it is directional, but for close signals. So on medium wave, for example, yeah, it will be very directional. But on shortwave, more or less, and usually on shortwave, what we actually say, the MLA30, the U loop, just position it for the lowest noise possible and leave it like that. Just leave it like that. So we'll try to go down as fast as possible at 35. So I'm 20 minutes behind, guys, and I'm going to try to go a little faster to go down. London 19657, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. It is really, really nice. I make a living painting my cats, playing pool, cards, and roulette. Tabby's cheat, by the way. I like that. You know, it's so interesting. Somebody wrote to me a nice email. You know, we talk about making money off of you know, unusual ways. We could say that I'm making my living off of an unusual way. I've been able to make enough off of YouTube to live. And somebody wrote to me and was telling me how I was an inspiration because at times when it's rougher, you know, sometimes I do talk about it. And that person makes actually art out of, and it was very interesting. She sent me pictures, and I don't have the email close because I'd show you guys. She takes basically what we consider as junk and throw away, and makes these huge wall art displays that are just amazing to look at. And she sells them, and makes a living out of it. And she said, you know what? I always thought it was kind of tough to explain to anyone what we do and why we do it the way we do it, you know. And she got the, like I get here, you know, when I talk about money or whatever, get a job. There's no such thing as a normal job. You know, when people say there's a normal job, no, there isn't. It's not normal to work 9 to 5 into something. That's not normal. People think it's normal because the society is working that way. But it's not normal. It's not normal in any way. It's not what we should be doing. But we do need to make a living, and we make it the way we do, and any way possible. I make it here, and I'm happy to be able to make it here. And so the many times where I talked about it, she said, you know, you're inspiring me because you make me not want to give up. That there is such a thing as winning or making a living outside of the box. And yeah, there is, absolutely. And that's the way it has to be. You know, we all have a quality, we all have possibilities. We got to, you know, use them and see what we can do. Our skills are here for a reason. Christy, I still have a scan of my Voice of Russia QSL cards along with a few others, including Radio Netherlands. QSL cards. Somebody received a Voice of Turkey QSL card in the mail this week on the Shortwave channel. I saw the pictures. Manuel DXer, if I told someone back in the day who only listened to the scanner for police and phone calls, hey, what's the 2-meter propagation like tonight, they would have looked at me like an alien. Yep. Totally. 61. Sadcats, I do have a file where you can use your SDR play for a Jupiter listening telescope Tasty Badger, Curtis Phones, voice paging. Yep. I remember what is it? POC32, POC32, the Windows software that you can actually listen. You can see all the pages going through. London 19657. How does one to listen to Jupiter, please? Well, you got to know what you're listening for, first of all. And Jupiter is a mix of crackling, like there's interference, but depending on what you're getting, sometimes it sounds like ocean waves that are just going, back and forth. There's all sorts of things. I think the best thing is to, have an outdoor antenna probably will make it better. But, I don't have a 101 how to listen to Jupiter. I think you need to know what you're trying to listen to. Then know that between 20 and 25 megahertz, 20 and 25 megahertz is where, it's happening. MDK2, now they say cheating because they're old fashioned. They think you gotta fiddle with a ton of knobs to be real. Yeah. I think it's the same as people saying, well, FT8. Well, people enjoy FT8, leave them alone. It's ham radio. Ham radio is everything. Your thing is USB voice, and you don't want to do FT8, don't do it. And stop complaining and go call CQ with USB, with your SSB voice. That's all. Most people complaining actually don't even do the efforts to do anything on ham radio most of the time. They just complain. Or they go on 80 meters talking about their prostates. There's even digital rail communication which can decode and track trains like you can do with ADSB. Yeah, and there are some scanner radios that, like my ICOM ICR30. There's some stuff you can decode that's digital. Matt says, now there's something to be said about having those old skills, the informed understanding of radio comms for real, but that's still silly to think using a modern SDR is cheating. Yep. Joseph, that's right, Joe. I have a scanner and a shortwave radio. Often use them together when I just tune around. TC Badger, new tech is not cheating, but tubes and crystals are still fun. Absolutely. Absolutely. Matt says, oh yeah, 11 p.m. when you got that 60% discount on long distance. Yeah, pretty much. Man, we were being so freaking screwed by the companies. Al Mason, I had my BBS do its connecting late at night back in the early 90s. Yeah. I mean, Jasmine, oh, you were a pirate. Swatcats, ADSB is very much different than ADSC. I deal with both on avionics electronic dictation. Scatter Phoenix, oh my god, I forgot about late night cheap calling. Blogger, I have a few radios with VHF thrown in as an extra feature, but I never find stuff to test. One of the biggest problems though, Blogger, you need to know if the VHF extra frequency you have is capable of narrow FM. An example is the HRD 747 that I have here. It doesn't do narrow FM. It stays wide. It's useless on the VHF range because of that. It needs to be narrow FM. NDK2, in the 90s, prepaid calling cards started becoming a thing, but cell phones were what really ended that scam. Yeah. And I remember here it was Bell and only Bell. And I remember that, I was waiting for that 11 p.m. to get it there so I can call long distance on the BBSs I wanted to go to. Oh, man. Jean Arash, So some were pushing drugs at school, but you were a game pusher. I was a game pusher. I was a software pusher. That's pretty much what I was, a software pusher. I like that name. So I'm the bad guy, guys. I'm sorry if I disappoint you, but I was a software pusher back in the 80s. Sorry. London 19657, Defender of the Crown. Remember that? Yep. Chrissy says games are definitely that expensive today, but thankfully there are tons of sales and indies that are fun experiences. Yeah, today there's all sorts of things, but back in the day it was like a game was 70 and there was never sales or there was never. So when everybody knew that I'm selling games for $5, oh God, I was popular. Jasmine Jean Arrache, right? I am imagining all this right now. Kids discreetly giving Jill those old discs. Tasty Badger used to build video toaster clones. Oh, God. Oh, man. And then 1960, I did the same with Atari Bunny Drive. Joseph, I remember the first time I guessed the admin password at my local library computer. When you're a kid, this is like finding gold. Chrissy, I would use floppy disks at school, but loaded with an emulator and NES, SNES. So Nintendo, Super Nintendo ROMs, and play them before class starts. Oh, man. MDK2 load reminds me of Napster and dial-up. Where it took 6 hours to download a 145-minute LP. Yes. Jasmine, oh, here is a good question. What was your first console, if any? Mine was an Xbox 360. I got a Pong, and I never had a console because I had a computer. And I would never be interested in consoles because I had computers. But I do have, and don't look at the crap that's everywhere, I do have a real original from 1978 Atari 2600 here with the wooden frame and about, I don't know, 80 games on it. So, but I never had a console because I was a PC gamer. I had gaming towers where I would change my graphics card every 6 months to get the best one all the time. I was crazy like that and game on my PC. Oh, I remember that too, KW61. When I went from a 300 baud to a 1200, oh God. And then I remember going from a 1200, I was the only one with a 2400 on a Commodore 128 computer. Then, of course, the PCs, I remember going, oh, I'm going to go buy that 28800 modem. Oh, I'm going to go buy that 56K modem. This is going to be great. Oh, man. I remember being mad because the 56K modem would never connect to 56K. It was always below. And always because of the quality of the line. I was like, oh, God. MDK2, Atari 2600. Jay Watterson, remember downloading games from BBS's 1200 baud was so much faster. Oh, yeah, than 300, absolutely. And I still remember the first ever time in my life I got high-speed internet. So my connection right now is 1 gigabit, which is 1,000 megabits. Or more accurately, 940 megabits. And in 1997, 8-ish, 99, I don't remember the exact, I think it was 98. I was waiting for whoever had the first line of high-speed internet to the home where I was living back then. And whoever was the first was going to get my my subscription. And Bell was the first. So the I remember the first time they got in, I got a 1 megabit per second connection. I moved up from 56.6K dial up to 1 megabit. And not only that, it freed up my phone line because it was DSL. I could make calls and have 1 megabit per second internet. And I still remember I had my PC and thinking, wow, this is fast. This is crazy fast. Man, today that would be so freaking slow. I would not be making live shows, I can tell you that. Oh, man. Glenn McEnroe, there was an interesting YouTube channel where this guy talked about his pirate stereo FM station that he ran illegally and finally got caught, but he was a kid, so no fine. They took his equipment away. Yep. Matt, my daughter's first was an Xbox 360. Chrissy, mine was a Nintendo Entertainment System, my first console. Wow. Robert Varner, not a pirate, an entrepreneur. Yeah, that was the thing. I was the richest kid on the block because it was like, hey, I'm doing these, $5 sales on games. Take care, Block or Die. Nice to have you on board as usual. Thank you for the donation. I saw the donation go through on PayPal. Oh, man. Don Royale, Atari 2600. Tasty Badger. We hacked the first administration Texas Instruments computer in school in 1982. Chuck Schreiber, Carol with the next ring of your doorbell. It might not be the grocery delivery. Yeah. I think they don't really care anymore about what I did in 1985. Chrissy, today I don't do consoles and stick with PC gaming with my desktop. The Steam Deck is much like a Switch and the closest I have in my console experience. MDK2, smoking was absolutely everywhere when we were Gen Xers and older were kids. I remember that being a thing in doctor waiting rooms. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. It's like cigarettes were everywhere. It was crazy. Really crazy. I remember there were parties at home when I was a teenager. And the parties, there were so many people smoking that my eyes would burn. And I would open the door at Christmas. Open the patio door. And my mom would go nuts. What are you doing? It's cold. It's cold. There's freaking too much smoke in the freaking apartment. It was like crazy. Harold Anderson, nice to have you here. I'll be 1NH. There's actually a picture I posted on my Facebook page about how us Gen Xers, what we had, it's a kid blowing on his birthday cake. Next to him is a beer, an ashtray with a cigarette smoking away. And I'm like, yep, that's pretty much what it looked like in my time. That's the way it was. That's the way it was. Ah, man. Chrissy, PS2 was a goat. So many fun memories. PlayStation 1 and 2. Tasty Badger, my parents smoked. Both died of cancer. Never smoked. They made me stink so bad. Oh, yeah. I remember I was so happy when laws were passed in bars. I like to go to karaoke. And I would go to karaoke. I remember going to karaoke bars and going back home at night and smelling like an ashtray. Pretty much. And 3WER, Amateur Elmer. Even you like dark beers? Depends on the dark beer, but sometimes, yeah. Christy, my parents smoked a lot. It's probably the cause of my asthma. When my father died from lymphoma back in 2016, and my stepmom 2012, my grandpa back in 2022. Thankfully, my mom quit, never started again. My mom quit when she was pregnant of me because she was smoking before that. Oh, phone freaking. Tasty Badger. Yeah, those phone freaking things. Oh, man. Sweatcats, U.S. Air Force connects 1760 PlayStation 3s to build supercomputer. Yeah, the processor is really strong in those. Oh, man. Let me do a little something here. I will, because I saw something. I'm coming down slowly. I need to go pee. It won't be long. Just want to make sure. Okay, here's where I was. 54. I'm about still 20 minutes away. I'm coming down fast. I need to go pee, guys. And, well, get my last beer. So, while I do this, here's Paul the Cat. Paul the Cat extending his paw because he wanted to touch me. So here's Paul the Cat for you guys. I'm getting another beer, going to go pee. And there's some ham actually talking.
Worked on it, could not get it unclogged. I said to the guy, get down here and unclog your sink. And he said, well, you know, it's whatever it was, whatever holiday, it's going to be expensive. I said, I gotta get it cleaned out. There's company over, everything's flooded here in the kitchen. My sink's gonna overflow. I want to get it squared away, came over. Yeah, I wrote up the check and gave him the check and said, well, that's that, so. But it wasn't cheap. That's for darn sure. But he did come right over and cleaned up the problem pretty darn good. Took him quite a while, maybe an hour here, 45 minutes maybe to put that auger down there on the electric motor going around and around and around. He must have went all the way to my septic tank. He had to because he wasn't way in, you know. But it was plugged right up. And he gave me some stuff to pour down the drain every so often. He said that will keep it clear, that won't happen again. But it's just stuff that's state approved by Massachusetts. You have to buy this special stuff that Massachusetts says, this is what we want you to use in your septic system. And so because it's state approved, that wasn't cheap either. Sure self.
I'm back, and I'm going to do a little something here because I want to show you guys a little something also. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. Potty cat. It's woken up. He was like meowing, saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" And let me just check it out here because I got to. There we go. And what do I need to do? Just turn on whatever console. I think this is the button. Here we go. And here we go. So Polly Cat saying hello. And he's probably going to want to come down soon because he's been sleeping there for quite a little while now. And so is the joystick close? I'm not even sure. Anyways, it is. Yeah, it's here. I think it's here. It's here. Yeah. But anyways, just to answer a question I've seen, what's on the Atari 2600 screen? Ouch! It's Missile Command. Look at that. It's Missile Command. That is there. So that's the game, that cartridge that's in there. And actually, I would have funny moment at some point is I was looking at Missile Command and I was like, I'm looking at lost nuclear weapons in the ocean from Russia and the United States. And I was playing that and I was like, yeah, okay. Playing that while, wondering what are the weapons that were lost in the ocean. So, if you guys want to try something, by the way, still only a few minutes left, but Radio Thailand, English, 13750.
ISE said the court ruling, which was not immediately available, made no reference to Japan.
13750 is pretty good.
Officials from the Japanese consulate in Shanghai were present.
In English. So, if you want to listen to that, I'm just going to do a little something here. Mr. Paul the Cat probably wants to get off the chair, so I'm going to put the chair a little further in case he wants to get out. So anyways, Missile Command is what's on the... So, okay, let's go down slowly. How do we have? Yeah, lots of money, thanks to software. Joseph, there's no such thing as a normal job. Kudos, Joe. Thanks for that. Historically, we never worked like that. Honestly, 9-to-5s are sort of a holdover from indentured servitude. Yeah. And I mean, it's fine. I mean, people are like that. Jasmine, I think your generation, Joe, that are people who think that way, but honestly, content creation is a job, and most people get that. Don Royal, there is no more 9 to 5. Tasty Badger, FMDX is hardcore. FMDX is fun. When I got, for the first time ever, that station from Florida on the FM band, oh man. Jim F., nice to have you here from Rhode Island. You know, I don't necessarily need a directional antenna. If you do, of course, it will help. London 19657. But you don't really need to. Thermionic, nice to have you here. KJ5CYM, Austin, Texas. Mike B, is there a reason for that you do not do affiliate marketing on YouTube? Several reasons. If I would, it would be neutral things. I do not want, because I've been offered multiple radio-related things, and that I don't want. I don't want, because I don't want to be, or have the impression, or if people have the impression that I'm influenced by radio-ish type marketing. If I would probably go after, neutral things, like, people that want every day, like, I don't know, tea or whatever, product that is neutral but everybody buys, that I would talk about, which has no affiliation at all with the content of the channel, but more with the average age of people and what they want. I think about that sometimes, but I think that, for now I'm okay. If I ever need, I'll be checking it out. Jasmine, 80-meter prostate doctors, too real. If you have clients though, you're the boss. They're your boss. Yeah. Richard Califano, have to run out. Take care. Always nice to have you here. Chrissy, already everyone. I'm out to hop off. Take care. Always nice. And yeah, the nachos don't cook themselves, unfortunately. We can't just do, dinner's here. Take care. Always nice to have you here, Chrissy. By the way, you are always welcome. What else do we have? Okay, let's continue here. Scatter Phoenix, my job seems 9 to 23. Well, yeah. Doing YouTube is about that. It's like you wake up, YouTube, you go to bed, YouTube. Lots of jobs like that. But they don't, in general, they don't feel like jobs. If you like what you do. 66, Don Royal. What else do we have? Oh man, the party lines, Don Royal. Yeah. Bill Mean, I hope the Montreal Police cold case unit isn't watching. Hey, we found you after 40 years selling pirated software in high school. Mary Vala, my high school boyfriend, knew how to turn the long distance billing off so we could talk whenever we wanted. Tasty Badger, anyone ever called time in Tambizzi signal to blank out? Blank is out and talk to when, yeah. Mike B, what is the statute of limitations for game pushing? Yeah. We would have, we would have to have Commodore come back to me. Ah, man. Ardad, good night. Nice to have you here. Stay safe, you too. So Jupiter is it's mostly between 20 and 25 megahertz. So if you hear WWV on 25 or on 20, wait, because if the ionosphere is strong enough to bounce off signals, it'll blind the Jupiter frequencies. But once you don't hear any of those, and that there doesn't seem to be any skip of any kind above 20 megahertz, and Jupiter is up in your sky at that time, it's time to try it out. It's from 20 to 25. It's a wideband type thing. Like I said, like it could be from crackling type pops of interference. You have the impression it's a local motor or something running. Sometimes it could be like ocean waves and sound. I've heard many of those sounds from Jupiter. London 19657, thank you for the donation. And could you recommend a cheap scanner, please? I don't know about scanners. Honestly, scanner radios, if you buy a Uniden or any Uniden cheap scanner radio, there's one that's being advertised for me at Amazon for about 140 Canadian. I'm sure that's good enough. They are better than shortwave radios that have hairband, honestly. Matt says ashtrays were everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. McDonald's. Remember, you had McDonald's ashtrays on the tables. Mr. Stonegrove, me and a friend used to go to Poolby Yard, all where most of it was in the basement. The further time went on, the thicker the fog or smoke. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's some Uniden portable scanners that are about $140, $50, even close to $100, which are fine for basic listening. Honestly, Matt says more official Podcast TV. RJ Dakota never liked parties much because of the cigarette smoke. Yeah, absolutely. Stacy Badger, Phone Freak Blue Box, yep. London, turn the mic off. Now that's why I put the 160 meter guy real loud. London, Paul is very entertaining. Jasmine, Paul yawning at us. London, totally unimpressed cat. He prefers people. Oh, God. Chuck Schreiber, as we wait for Mr. Paul's co-host to return. Don't pay $400, $500 for a scanner radio. That's for the geeks that really want one. That's great. That's amazing. Honestly, the Uniden scanners that are about $100 to $200, they're fine. For airband, they'll be great. You don't need anything more. Does Paul meow? David's Radio Room, nice to have you here. Does Paul meow in French, English, or French? Or is he a bilingual cat? I think he meows bilingual. It's a bilingual meow. He meows in international language. That's the way it is. Matt, CRI in Vietnamese with music coming into Denver, 13770. Stacy Badger, retired military, and all I can do is radio. Matt, oh man, Missile Command, yep. I've got paddles and I've got joysticks. And if you ever need joysticks for old devices, I don't know if I can bring it up, but Look at that, guys. I don't know if you see it. This is sold on Amazon for about $40 per joystick. They are amazing. And they work great. And are very sturdy. And are compatible with your Commodore 64, VIC-20, or Atari 2600, or Amiga 500. And I purchased 6 of them because I needed new joysticks for all of the things that we're using. And these are at least 4 years old. I've used them a lot. I play a lot of games on my old devices. And you know what? This is great. These are amazing. So these, look at what they look like. They're about ish, $40-ish on Amazon, and they are really good. Scatter Phoenix. Oh, I forgot about my Missile Command. Only ever did the real arcade quarter slots. Yeah, our quarters in Canada have a moose on them, but actually, I think the new ones have a lot of different designs, though. SM3 favorites. Watch your Windows channel every day, and this streams sometimes too. A token of appreciation. Thank you so much, SM3 favorites. Much appreciated. Matt says, I think Missile Command on the 2600 is played with the joystick. It's been a very long time, so I can't remember for sure. Yeah, joystick. You know, my nephew, Gabriel, told me that I should revive my retro gaming channel. And that him and me should meet up regularly and play retro games on the Commodore, on the Atari 2600, on the Amiga, he's got PlayStations, he's got, so maybe it should be, definitely. Ontario CB Club, 9 Oscar Charlie, nice to have you here. Brian Penny, I'm just going to go back here because I forgot where I was. Okay, here we go. So, Brian Penny, 6925. Yeah, man. Pirate. Let's go there. 6925. I don't got anything here for now. Craig Martinetti, WDX2ROE. And no, 13715 Colorado, Skylar Phoenix. Jasmine, I need to keep an eye out for the Commodore Police. Yeah, it's gone now at 7:30. You can have, let's check it out. Radio Slovakia.
President of the country was
Radio Slovakia English via WRMI on 15770.
How he responded to these letters and
Thank you, John, Tampa, Florida, for the donation. Much appreciated. Toast and love. The sun puts out a lot of RF, but I'm not sure of the frequencies. It's much higher. That's where they get the solar flux, around 2 gigahertz. Craig Martinetti, what's my favorite shortwave radio broadcaster in 2025? I don't have a favorite broadcaster, honestly. And whatever's out there and gives me anything to listen to. Bert, WFI Homebrew, live stream still going. at 032 UT. Yep. Down the way on Union and Burkett, BC 125's good scanner. Oh yeah, you pick up, handhelds are good. You pick up a lot of stuff. 2 meters, 70 centimeters, absolutely. Take care, Craig. Don't be sorry. You can't stay here forever. You know, there are things to do in life. Michael Moore, the world map. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. The world map that you have on your computer screen and other videos, what is it called? Simon's World Map. Here, I'm going to put it on. I'm going to start this, and I'm going to put it in the background. I'm going to go to here, display settings. Turn off the Yesu so that the PC is detected. Here we go. And if I put it up, Simon's World Map. Here we go. This is what I have. Simon's World Map on the PC here. If you want to see it, here we go. This is how I customized mine. There's different maps, different ways of having it on, but it's a great piece of software. Has grid squares for amateur radio. It's really a full package, really amazing. And I mean, I love having that, seeing the gray line, so that I can know what propagations are. And even if I'm not in gray line, knowing where it's dark, where it's daytime, seeing what I could actually go and maybe tune around. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. John Tampa, Paul is one handsome cat. Yes, he is. Big boy. Tasty Badger, our arcade was called Raiders of the Lost Arcade. And Raiders of the Lost Arcade, last 4 years. Then Spielberg shut it down. I remember when arcades were the thing, because I had the high score. And you guys remember Night Drive? The little sticks? And you had to drive your car through them. I had the high score, and the government here passed a law that if you were under 18, you couldn't play in an arcade. I was so pissed off. I was like 14 years old. I was pissed off. I couldn't go to the arcade anymore to play. Oh man, I was pissed off, I remember. Francis Moore, is the static noise you hear from a non-Earth transmission a historical result of the Big Bang? So, a lot of what we hear is man-made. But let's say that you be in the quietest of the quietest places on Earth. The background noise that you would hear has a result of, one, the electronics of your radio. So that the electrons moving around in the circuit have their noise. That's why NASA does extremely low noise amplifiers that cost a fortune, because the way they're designed is to lower the amount of electronic noise just from the electrons moving around the circuit. So there's part of that. There is natural background noise, and there is what is part of the Big Bang background noise too. There's all of that mixed in a low noise, and you have to be really in the middle of the jungle with a high-end radio that doesn't have too much noise on it by its own electronic circuit. But yeah, that is there's all of that mixed in. But there is part of it that has to do with your own radio's electronics that is also creating noise with the electrons moving around. Spindle twister. Oh yeah, a lot of people tell me that Paul the Cat is like Garfield. Absolutely, absolutely. Michael Moore, did you know that the winter field day is going on this weekend? Yeah, absolutely. Toasted Loaf, we carry on 15770. John Vargas got Romania 7325, which should be in English in 15 minutes. Arctic Circle 15770, 30 dB. 19657. I ordered a unit and scanner. Can't wait to arrive tomorrow. Cool. David Radio Room says, Paul looks like my daughter's cat. Tasty Badger. I only have 20 watts field way. Was like running in every traffic in a unicycle. Scattered Phoenix. Finally, I can hear something. You guys are talking about 7325. I can quite make that too. And at 0 UT, 7325 is going to be in English, Radio Romania. Andrew DXer, there are 2 arcades here with old games, but it's more for kids' parties. If you want to go in your own, you have to check in advance. I don't want that. I prefer like the old days when you could just walk in and that's it. Yeah. What about the no signal zone in West Virginia? So there you would hear, America's quietest town. I mean, there would hear the lowest noise possible. Whatever comes from Earth, from your radio, from your, pretty much, pretty much whatever is out there. Kind of interesting. I don't know. It'd be interesting to be there. One thing for sure, you would hear a lot of shortwave signals. Does Paul the Cat 8 Mondays too, KW61? We don't know what Mondays are. When you do YouTube, there's no feel of any day. When you work in a 9-to-5 job like Monday to Friday, there's a feel. There's a feel for Friday. There's a feel for Sunday or whatever. But, Paul the Cat is with the YouTube guy. We don't have a feel of any day. Whatever day it is. I wake up in the morning and just like, what day is it today? I got to actually think about it before I realize what day it is. So Paul the Cat is in the same mood probably. Tosin Love, 520 kilohertz AM is good for lighting and other noises, but SDR seems to change it somehow, and old school radio is better, I think. There's, you know, I made a video on how to know when bad weather approaches, because it, on an AM radio, you can use a directional pattern of your portable AM and see how, you know, you're getting close to a thunderstorm or whatever. And also the amount of lightning crashes gives you an idea of how bad the storm is. The more there are, the more it's dangerous. Scatter Phoenix, if we're going to mention real arcades, gotta mention Space Invaders, Gorf, and Defender. Yep. Glenn Jeffrey, I remember 18 plus shooter games in the metro station downtown Montreal. Proprietor would let us play anyways. Yeah, unfortunately, the arcade I would go to, they did not. I couldn't go in anymore. Oh man, I was pissed off. Tasty Badger, 7325. Wait till 0 hours and 10 minutes. 01 hours, sorry, in 10 minutes. Richard Wagner, yep, happens when you retire. Michael Mora, yeah, I heard it last time too, 6105. So strong of a signal from NHK via Eastwood in France transmitter. Matt, MDK2, Radio Nacional Amazonas, yeah, 11780.
Of people who engaged in rescue activity are impressive here. And
I like their music. When they play music on 11780, it's one of the last kind of places where we kind of go into the good old days when we would listen to shortwave and have exotic music playing on the bands, you know. Luciano Pontes bought a DX286 after I saw your video. It's brilliant. An amazing little portable. Honestly. Amazing. Robert Varner, sometimes I don't know what month it is. K61, Michelle, I am retired. I can relate. Yeah. I wake up and I'm like, yeah. What day is it? You know what? Today I panicked. This morning I panicked. Because, of course, the International Radio Report show. I woke up, and for some reason, in the haze of my brain, not totally woken up yet, I thought it was Sunday morning, and I was like, hey, I didn't edit the International Radio Report. It's not going to play this morning. And then when I woke up a little more, I was like, whoa. No, it's Saturday. I have a live show today at 20 hours UTC. Scatter Phoenix 11780 is Brazil. You're hearing Radio Nacional Amazonas from Brazil. So this is what in the 80s for some of us was Radio Nacional do Brasil, that had an English broadcast. But when it was all kind of changed through, what's left is Radio Nacional Amazonas from Brazil, 11780 kilohertz. One of the best signals from Brazil that, you know. Guitar Man, have you heard the buzzer lately? Nope. I haven't heard it since last year. I think there's something, I don't know if it's, I'm wondering if it's propagation or just a change in the signal strength or something, but nope. And I've heard RWM 4996, the time signal from Moscow. So usually when I hear that, I hear the buzzer, and I did not match the buzzer in that. Let's try an experiment here. Can I hear, I'm going to put myself in CW. Can I hear 4996? Yeah. I'm hearing it. I'm hearing 4996. Weaken the noise, but it's there, which is the time pips for the time signal. 4996. If you're gonna try it, guys, 4996. Let's try 9996 just out of curiosity. You're hearing it on 99962, okay? So 4996, this tells me I technically should be hearing the buzzer. So I'm going to go on 4625 and upper. Nope, not hearing the buzzer on 4625. Something is different. Something is definitely different. Because I'm not hearing 4625. And usually I would be hearing the buzzer when 4996 come in. Don Royal, lost track of what day it is. Tosenloaf, I have an old AM radio modified with the piezo buzzer placing the speaker and just leave it in all the time. Doesn't make any noise until a storm is nearby. Oh, that's interesting. That's kind of interesting. Tasty Badger loves Pirates on Shortwave. Francis Moore. Notice the lag in reception when using an SDR compared to a non-computerized radio. The SDR is behind by approximately 2 seconds. Yeah, the time that you have the processing of the signal and all of that does make a difference. RJDA Dakota says, always enjoy trying to find pirates almost anywhere I can find them. Bert, WSI Homebrew, is hearing 4996 in Virginia. Richard Wagner has 6900 AM Spanish. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Arkansas. Just got back from a happy hour with some friends. Cool. Nice to have you here. So Bert is hearing the buzzer on 4625, but it's weak. So that's interesting. So he's hearing the buzzer in Virginia. Interesting. I don't hear anything here. So, sometimes I was wondering if, it could be just noise. The noise floor is higher this year. Because that also could be the case. Wolverine Radio on 6950. Let's check it out. Yeah, I hear something weak in the noise, but he's not very strong here. I usually hear Wolverine very loud. But now it's very, very weak. Barely audible in the noise here in Montreal. So WS7i Homebrew hears it through his beverage, but not the loop antenna. Huh, interesting. Yeah, it could be Pesky's Richard Wagner. Toslov doesn't think he's ever heard the buzzer on his own equipment. So Wolverine Pirate on 6950. And if you want to hear Romanian English, interval signal 67325. Radio Romania going into English on 7325. Tasty Badger 7435 is Radio Marti. Radio Marti towards Cuba 7435. Guitar Man 6950 in and out, not consistent. Richard Wagner 6950 okay in Northeast Illinois. RJ Dakota 6950 is clear, sounds like some kind of interval signal. Richard Wagner 6950 testing 1 2 3. Does anybody hear me? Played over.
The East Coast. We can also be heard on the internet at www.rri.ro, Channel 1. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms. Our programs are also available on TuneIn, Radio Romania International 1. We wish you good reception conditions.
John Tampa 11780 is not Radio China. It's you should be hearing Brazil. Guitar Man 6950 transmitting testing. Okay, getting the snap crap of Google browser. Roswell Records, I think Wolverine is operating on diminished power. Scatter Phoenix getting Radio Romania. He's happy. And here we're going to do something here. As we're listening to Radio Romania a little bit.
Ahead of the elections pushed the fiscal deficit to almost 8.7% of GDP, far above expectations. Romanian Finance Minister Pentru Barna says the change in the outlook from stable to negative indicates that measures are needed to reduce the budget deficit and that the country needs a balanced public budget and a streamlined government structure. He also said that the government's measures to reduce the deficit and consolidate economic growth must be implemented at an alert pace in the form already agreed on with the European Union. The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said that taking into account Ukraine's cooperation with the Republic of Moldova, it is possible for Kyiv to cover Moldova's entire electricity demand, and a 30% discount on the supply price is also possible. He made these statements at a meeting on Saturday in Kyiv with the President of Moldova, Maya Sandu. The two officials also discussed possible coal deliveries to the Republic of Moldova. In turn, Maya Sandu accused Russia of trying to create economic and social chaos in Moldova and to bring a pro-Russian government in power in Chisinau. She traveled to Kyiv amid energy tensions in Transnistria, a pro-Russian breakaway region between the two countries, France Press reports. This strip of land with a population of about 500,000, which remains outside Moldova's control, was supplied by the Russian natural gas giant Gazprom for free through a pipeline that crossed Ukraine. The latter ended the contract with Moscow on January the 1st, thus cutting off supplies to Moldova, according to Transnistria, which declared a state of emergency. With Kyiv fighting the Russian invasion for 3 years, Chisinau is worried about a possible spillover of the conflict to its territory, especially through the destabilization of Transnistria by Russia.
As it goes further, Jasmine, it ain't. I can tell you that. It gets harder and harder all the time. Welcome to the Retro Gaming Channel. Oh. Anyways, that was the gaming moment. Matt said that's old school. Yeah, good old days. And you guys are going to hear the audio. Oh man, the official SWL gaming channel. Yep. And does Paul agree? Paul is right there with his paw. Paul the cat, do you approve? Do you approve the gaming? Is there gaming? What's happening? Huh? You approve? Yeah. He approves. Oh, good. Yeah, I know they're popular. I do have a Twitch account. Francis Moore as a 7325 plus 20 in the UK. It's like next door. What is the power of the transmitter? They rate it as 500 kilowatts, but I'm not sure they are, but they could be. They're very strong. Arctic Circle 4775 Tarma, Peru. You hearing that? U-Fox says I had a 2600. Growing up, this is awesome. Tarma, I know that game now. It was in Terminator 2 during the arcade scene. Yes, it was. Absolutely, it was. Michael Mora, my perfect radio, if I can afford it, is an ICOM R8600. Oh, yeah, it looks cool, absolutely. Master Players Radio and Television. How many times I did wanted you to rebrand your retro gaming channel to official SWL Gaming. Mr. Stonegrove, Paul blinking slowly much mean he approves. Must approve. He wants some salmon. So, yeah, you know, it's a lot of fun with all of these things, honestly. It's pretty cool. Now it's going to be the real one. Hey, guys, I need to eat. So thanks for the donations, everybody. I will not, be starving to death. I will have my Asian soup. And I will be also, I need to edit the International Radio Report. And I'll do some radio listening tonight. So I'll post it on the Facebook group and on the Blue Sky also. Thanks, everybody, for being here. It was a lot of fun tonight. We, how long we did? 5 hours and 8 minutes. It's pretty, pretty cool. 5 hours of a live stream. Tasty Badger 6950 is Wolverine Radio, pirate station. So thanks everybody for being here. It was a lot of fun. Thank you all for being here. It's always cool to have you on board. Stay safe. See you next Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time, where we'll talk about radio again and again and again. Mario DXer, Tuesday, 14:30 UTC. Anybody wants to join in and see the historic moment where me and Mad Radio DXer, M7EIW, will be making a contact. Take care, everybody. Stay safe. Love you all. And you know what? Continue doing radio, guys. Okay? Thanks for the donations, everyone.